Okay, on behalf of Orca Network, welcome to the 2023 Ways of Whales workshop. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We're happy to see you here in person in the auditorium. We're also happy to have our virtual participants joining us here as well. Usually it's Orca Network's Executive Director, Susan Berta, who's up here on the mic. But today she's joining us via Zoom. So everybody yell hi to Susan. And I'm here trying to fill some big shoes in her place. My name is Stephanie Raymond. I am the program manager for Orca Network. And I meant that figuratively. I actually have no idea what size shoes Susan wears. So we have an exciting program planned today with some incredible people here to share their knowledge and experience. And I want to give them as much time as possible. But we do have a few housekeeping items to go over before we get started with our program. So first and most important, the restrooms. You go down the hall through the learning lobby, there's a set of restrooms there. And if you go down the hall past the silent auction toward where you'll be having lunch later, there's another set down there. The school asks that we don't have any food or drink in the auditorium, so please respect that. And our front rows down here on this side of the auditorium are reserved for staff and volunteers who are going to be kind of jumping up and down throughout the day. So some of those signs, reserve signs, might go missing, but please leave those seats free for the folks who need them. We are trying to have a waste-free event today. Most of what we are generating waste-wise is compostable. All the food service items are compostable except for the tea bags. And it seems like the only things that we should need to put in the landfill today are tea bags, disposable masks, and any plastic that might somehow be generated. So please, there's some pictures or there's some signs there where the food service items are so that you can go ahead and see what goes where. During our sessions, if you're asking a question, please speak as loudly and clearly as you can. We have a volunteer, Wendy. Wendy, where are you? Are you in here? Wendy? Hopefully we have a volunteer, Wendy, who will be repeating the questions so that the speaker as well as our Zoom participants can hear what your question is. We also have a really packed schedule and we're going to be keeping time pretty strictly. Tiffany, where's Tiffany? We'll be strictly enforcing our time limits. And those of you who have attended Ways of Whales in person previously know what that means. The flying monkey is back. So any speakers who run over their allotted time will be alerted to that fact when the monkey flies. Tiffany, will you please demonstrate for us? All right, thank you. Masks are no longer required in public places in Washington, and the decision whether or not to wear one is totally yours, but we do strongly recommend you wear one when you are sitting close to each other and milling around in the learning lobby. Looks kind of crowded in there, out of respect for others who may have health concerns and for your own health. And here's the disclaimer. This is the first time we've ever tried a hybrid event. We have an amazing group of tech wizards behind the curtain, as is traditional, working on all that, trying to make it go as smoothly as possible. But if there is a technical glitch for our Zoom participants, please be patient. We're going to try to fix it as quickly as possible. If that happens, let us know via chat if something's going wrong, or if somehow you can't connect or the whole thing, let's not have this happen, the whole thing goes dark. You can send us a message via the Orca Network Facebook page, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. We will be recording the workshop, and recordings will go out as soon as possible. So if something goes awry, you're not going to miss anything. It'll just take a little time to catch up later. After today's workshop, you will be getting a survey via email. Please fill it out. It really helps us to make adjustments so that this workshop continues to be useful and enjoyable for everyone. And we have all heard the sad news about Ken Balcom passing away. We'll be spending some time remembering him later today. But in the meantime, if you'd like to share a message about Ken or write a message of thanks in his memory, there's a place for you to do so in the hallway. Right over here, you'll see the little display, and there's papers for you to write your message. All right. I think that's everything that we need as far as housekeeping is concerned. Howie, I don't know if we have Ellie joining us here yet. Okay, so we're going to start this morning with Orca Network co-founder and board president Howard Garrett and Tamas Ellie Kinley of the Lummi Nation, giving us an update about the situation with Lolita Tokite Skali Chuktanut and the possibility of returning her to her home waters. So Howard Garrett founded the Tokite Foundation in 1995, the seed which grew into Orca Network. Ellie Kinley is a Sacred Lands Conservancy president, as well as a mother fisherman and enrolled Lummi tribe member. She's going to be joining us on Zoom here. She currently serves as an elected member of Lummi Nation's Fisheries and Natural Resources Commission, and she's joining us via Zoom. So thank you both, Howie and Ellie, for being here today.
Wow. Hello. Yes, it does work. This is so great to be back in person. It's been, yay. It's a lot of fun. Thank you all for coming in these still COVID days. And I just want to say I am so impressed with our team of techno wizards to make all this apparently happen. So far, so good. It's really working, and what a challenge that is to do a hybrid event in an auditorium where we have a stage and plugins, and that's about all. The rest was all done by our crack team, which is the wizards behind the curtain. They're fantastic.
We're going to mic Howie up so that it sounds better on Zoom. So bear with us.
Let's see.
We're going to give you 2.
Two.
You get 2.
Ooh, yeah, they
Put
work.
that in your pocket. Put that wherever you want.
Okay.
Put that in that pocket.
Okay.
You're good to go.
All right. I am so wired. This is great. And that was only on 1 cup of coffee. Well, let's see if this works. Yes, it does. Even the mouse works. Well, I do want to say in preface before I get started, if any of you worked with Ken or with Ken for any length of time, you know that he tended to volunteer you. There was always things to do, and you kind of were happy to do it because you wanted to be part of the operation, you wanted to be part of the adventure. And you know, even if you were a distinguished writer from New York and you came just to do an interview, by the end of the day, you're going to be picking blackberries, or you're going to be driving a boat that you've never seen before. You always took part in the operation. And so I have been volunteered for thousands of things over many, many years. And I guess as a parting shot, Ken gave me some awesome responsibilities. He and his brother on the other side, Scott Balcom, sort of put me in Ken's place on the board of the Center for Whale Research. And he also made me his executor of his estate. So I've got a lot of jobs to do. So if I look a little distracted at some point, don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure something out I've never done before. So just so you'll understand. So now the topic at hand, for anybody who doesn't know the story of Toki, the looping Bring Lolita Home song by Bruce and Nolan Murray, Bruce Coughlin, Nolan Murray, and the Minstrels, Whiskey Minstrels, tells the story pretty well, except that was 7 years ago. Now it's been 52 years that she has been in captivity in Miami. So the question at hand is, how is she? How is her health, her condition, her body activity level? So I'll try to answer that. And we do have some answers. On December 13th, there was a very extraordinary meeting in Miami. And simultaneous with that was the visitation by 2 veterinarians, which is itself an astounding thing that veterinarians are allowed to visit and then report on her. So at this panel in Miami were those 2 veterinarians and the consulting veterinarian. So 3 veterinarians and other staff were there to sort of give an assessment. And it was a little ambiguous, and the reason was given because it's really hard to diagnose a 6,000-pound whale. You know, ultrasound and x-rays, they really have a problem penetrating all that blubber and all that body mass to find any abnormality. They say that they found a lesion on the lungs, but whether that's you know, an active one or old or what they're talking about is hard to say. But they did report, and this is part of the extraordinary developments that I'm going to tell you about. They have upgraded the water filtration system, which really needed it, and they've installed chillers so that they are actually keeping the water at, I'm not certain, but between 55 and 60 degrees at least. Of course, that's in the hot Miami sun, so that's a very expensive endeavor to chill all that water. And because they found, according to Jim McBain, one of the veterinarians there, that injecting a half a liter of antibiotics intravenously to her was, as they put it, doesn't strengthen your friendship and your bond with the animal, and makes you wonder if you're improving her quality of life when you have to drain the pool and restrain her every day to give her shots. But on the other side, and this is probably both true, even though they sound contradictory, orcas are complex whales. She said, he said about her that when she got this infection, we have to believe it's from the environment, the tank water. He said that Biscayne Bay, which is where the water comes from, is not the cleanest water in the world. But amazingly, she cooperated with us. She knew why we were doing it. There is no question in my mind about that. So yes, she cooperated, but sometimes she didn't. So, you know, both are probably true. But the bottom line, the real message that they gave us that I picked up was that she is active, she's eating well, she's got a really good appetite, and she's engaged with her trainers. She's very alert, alive, and in tune with what's going on, very responsive to signals and commands, but also to just anything going on, that she wants to be in the conversation. She wants to be a part of what's happening around. And that's a very good sign that she is mentally very alert and active. So to give you a little bit of a context for all this, a totally unlikely and unforeseeable chain of events has taken place at the Seaquarium over the last 18 months. In August of 2021, the Dolphin Company, which owns, I believe it's 23 dolphinariums, mostly in Mexico, but 3 others in the United States, announced that they will purchase the Seaquarium. That was in August. And then right after that, in September, the USDA released a report that was from an inspection from the previous June that was just horrendous. It was not just alarming, it was frightening about the dereliction of health and safety standards. She was fed rotten fish. The water quality was terrible. You couldn't see the bottom. There was particulate matter all over the place. The chlorine levels were all over the map. They were just, too much or too little, both of which are dangerous. So it was a very, very scary situation. But amazingly, the Dolphin Company didn't back out of the sale. They still were going to buy it. Okay. And we were glad, although, you know, you don't know what a new owner is going to be, but the previous owner was a holding company based in Sweden. You know, try to talk to them sometime. So at least this was people with, you know, personnel that we could maybe communicate with, and sure enough, we have. So then in that time, between September and December, the media reported she's very, very sick, and she's very, very old. She's aging, her health is deteriorating, and then at the same time, but she may come home soon. So, you know, kind of contradictory and basically very confused reports. And so if you're not sure about what's happening and how she is, nobody is sure. And I think the media have kind of misled, but on the basis of, you know, very incomplete information. And then in December of 2021, another USDA scathing report. I forgot to mention that first report was done from an inspection that was triggered by the deaths of 5 dolphins over 18 months. So this December report was triggered by the deaths of 3 other animals. A dolphin, a seal, and a manatee died. And that showed a lot of the same problems: bad food, bad water quality. So that delayed the completion of the sale to the Dolphin Company. And then in February, in rides the savior, Pritam Singh, a wealthy benefactor from Key West, Florida, announced that he would give $1 million right then and there for Toki's welfare, because the Dolphin Company didn't know what to do. Actually, they closed the stadium to the public sometime back in September, maybe in August. They didn't announce it. You know, we heard about it later, but so she has not performed since last September or August. We don't know. But the question is, you know, who is taking care of her? Who is in charge? And so this wealthy benefactor said, okay, I'm putting down $1 million. And he formed a nonprofit organization, at first called Friends of Lolita, and then they changed it to Friends of Toki, which is better. And on their board are renowned cetologists Roger Payne and Diana Rice. And also on the board is Charles Vinnick, who is the director of the Whale Sanctuary Project, and Raynell Morris, Squilihila, Lummi elder, matriarch, carrier, expresser of Lummi traditions, who has done wonders. And so that's who sits at that table. That's a really interesting nonprofit organization. But the Dolphin Company couldn't take ownership of the park until the USDA, actually the APHIS, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, had certified that everything was up to snuff, up to the Animal Welfare Act regulations. And they could not certify that that whale tank was lawful, because it's not. It's too small. Even the Inspector General of the USDA has said, yeah, that tank is too small. It's unlawful. That's been the subject of many lawsuits that have lost in court, but it is true that the tank is too small. So the USDA did this very strange thing. They certified the park, all the rest of the park, but they said this does not apply to the whale stadium or the whale that's in there, or the dolphin. There's a white-sided dolphin in there, Lee, who is in the tank and also now not under the observation, supervision, or any kind of monitoring by the USDA. So it's a very strange situation. And so now that allowed the Dolphin Company to take ownership of the park, because it's on leased property from the county. So the county would not renew or transfer the lease to them until they had been certified by the USDA. So that was the only way that they could actually take ownership. But so then here they are. They've got custody of a whale and a dolphin in a tank that is decrepit. It's also a public safety hazard. It's held up by construction jacks. So, I mean, the amazing thing is that Toki has outlived the tank that was built for her in 1970. It was brand new. There were no standards then, but she's outlived it. It's deteriorated, and she has not. So that all happened in March. They finally transferred the lease, and the Dolphin Company took complete control. So that's a really unusual chain of events. And part of that is that the two veterinarians, Jim McBain, who is a veteran SeaWorld veterinarian, and Stephanie Norman, who is wonderful. She's our friend and neighbor in our Stranding Network on-call veterinarian for our Orca Network Stranding Network. So she's a very known and very credible and friendly person, and she was hired with Jim McBain to go to Miami once a month, do a couple of days of visitation and examination, go over the records, talk to the vets, and then give a public report. That's never happened before. So we have these monthly public reports since I think last April or May, I'm not sure, but anyway, it's great to get all these updates on how she's doing. And it's been up and down. I didn't mention that in October, she almost died, or at least by every indication. She was lethargic, she lost her appetite, she was refusing to cooperate. She sounded like she was about to go. I was very frightened, but she bounced back. And that tells us a lot, because that's her normal, natural condition. She's actually very strong. She does laps. She does exercises. She swims, speed laps with no trainers, no signal. She's just on her own. She just gets her own exercise. And that's in that tank you saw in that video that's only 80 feet by 35. She goes around the work island. So she's probably doing about a 50-foot by 80-foot perimeter. And she throws a big bow wave out of the pool when she does laps. It's amazing. Because she comes from a long line of very robust matriarchs, the southern resident orcas. She is a southern resident orca to this day. Their genetic blueprint, their DNA instructions are to live long, healthy lives. That's who she is. 70, 80, 90 or more. She's probably in her mid-50s, 56, 57. She could have several decades. She's not really old. You could say middle-aged, but she's not really old. And she's from a tradition where matriarchs guide their families. They have that knowledge. They have that, well, she, of course, only has the knowledge from before she was captured, but it's that role of being a leader and a guide to her family. That's what she was born for. That was her destiny. That is still her orientation, because that's who she is. When she was captured at about age 4, we don't know exactly, she had been catching fish for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years anyway. And you know, it's like riding a bike. I mean, I'm sure she's rusty, but there's a muscle memory, and there's no reason to think that she needs to be trained to resume those skills, because she always bounces back. She comes back to good health all the time. That's sort of a bottom line. And she's courageous. She has to be courageous. Think of the traumas that she has been through, the capture trauma, for one thing. And the tank mate that was another Southern resident, Hugo, captured actually before she was, but he didn't adapt to captivity at all. He fought it. He banged up against the walls. He didn't like it at all. And he died of a brain aneurysm in 1980. So she was witness to all of that. How does she maintain her vigor, her personality, her responsiveness, her curiosity? How does she start every day and keep her spirits up and keep attentive? How does she live in the present? How does she be here now all the time? I don't know, but she's got a lot of courage. And you know, Orcinus orca are the apex predator in all the world's oceans and have been for millions of years.
It's in chat.
They can eat anything and nothing can touch an orca. So they really have had no fear,
Answer?
no reason to fear,
I'd already typed it. I just
no
couldn't.
panic, no fight or flight
And
response.
some of them usually just return.
So that courage is inherited. It's a part of who she is.
It is. And so just,
So why is she still there? Oh yeah, well, I also want to mention she's gentle. She's very easy to get along with. She's never harmed a trainer or anybody that we know of. It might have been hushed out, but there would be some kind of leak or record, but she's never harmed anybody in all that time. You would think it might get to her. As you know, that there have been many orcas in captivity that have harmed their trainers.
since
So
it is-
why is she still there? I mean, she could get the same medication
You want me to?
if a C-pen was set up in the right way,
Well, because my
so that
answer.
there was
with the little-
possibly a haul out, although I don't think they're really using that, but a shallow area. She could be given the same medications, the same diet, the same veterinarians, the same trainers, basically the same regimen that she has now could be done in a sea pen, in the San Juan Islands, in the Salish Sea. That has been the idea, our proposal for over 20 years, and it could be done now. Is she unable to swim into a sling? I don't think so. I think she would, again, know why they were doing it and would cooperate. They say they need to train her to do that. Well, go ahead and train her, but I think that she would be glad to swim into a sling. And I mean, it's a comfy sling. It's a passive thing that she would be doing. Then she would be lifted up and take a ride home, basically. So she could come home. I don't see any medical or a logistical reason why she couldn't actually come home. So it's a big question. Why is she still there? What are they waiting for? At this meeting on December 13th in Miami, I didn't hear anyone who expected that she would come home. I didn't hear anyone saying that's what they're working for. I didn't hear any standard by which they would determine the time has come to put her on a plane. Nobody ever seemed to talk that way. It was all about, we're going to take care of her. We're going to give her the best possible quality of life. And that is wonderful. And I'm so happy that they are doing that, that they really are. She's getting top of the line care from the veterinarians who really know how to take care of orcas in captivity. So she is getting that care and it's working. And she seems to be really coming back into good health, good appetite. Of course, with caveats, there's still the medications, but they could be administered in a C-pen. I don't see the problem with doing that. I'm sure it's less convenient or less, I don't know, according to protocols to do it in a C-pen, but it certainly could be done. So my orientation, and I'm just sort of giving you my opinion. In 1980, I got a degree in sociology. And that same year, Ken came by on his way back from humpback studies in the Atlantic. We had lunch and he said, why don't you come on out to San Juan Island and help me with the research? Okay. Room and board. Hey, I'm all in. I had no idea what I was getting into, but it stuck. And esteemed John Ford had published that year, 1980, about dialects in pods, for being able to identify pods acoustically, which I understand was just done. That's now a standard methodology. You can hear them, you don't have to see them, and you can determine the pod. That is pretty incredible. And also, about that time was the realization finally really solidifying that there's not one but two different types of orcas around here that are completely different diets, completely different genealogies, completely different association patterns, family patterns that are otherwise the same species. Could theoretically interbreed and have interbred in captivity, but they don't. So I had just been studying human cultures, and I come out here and I see these orcas and I say, they're living in cultures too. This is interesting. So I was hooked. And so then in 1993, Ken was asked to find a better home for Keiko, the orca of Free Willy fame. So he took it seriously. He researched all summer, 93. I mean, I was there, he was on the phone, he was at his computer, he was doing everything he could to find out what to do with Keiko. Can he go back to the ocean? What are orcas capable of after a decade or more of captivity? Can they actually go back in the ocean? And that was a heretical notion, but yeah, he figured they could. And so he proposed that. And he actually went to Mexico and made that proposal to the owners of the marine park, and much to their credit. I mean, they had already realized years earlier that Keiko had outgrown that little tiny dolphin tank that they were keeping him in Mexico. So they accepted Ken's proposal, which was to ultimately, after phasing rehabilitation in a sea pen, to release back into the ocean to his native habitat, which ultimately did happen. And he loved it. He adapted very well to the habitat. Socially, there were problems, but in terms of him actually adapting to the ocean habitat, he did extremely well. So all that was borne out. But what we also realized, what we learned, was about the culture of the industry. There was a lot of opposition, and it wasn't very friendly. And we realized that it is deep in the culture of the marine park industry to frown severely on anybody who proposes to put any whale or dolphin back in the ocean. It's just a bad idea, but it's part of the culture. I mean, it's kind of like in the fossil fuel industry, they kind of frown on solar power, not a good idea, and they don't really like environmentalists very much. Well, there's sort of the same dynamic with the marine park industry. And the dilemma is that to ever put Toki back to her native habitat, you need those people. You have to have those veterinarians who have that experience and those trainers. You have to have people carry out that operation who know how to take care of orcas in captivity. You need them, but they're still part of that culture. So it's not, if I say that the veterinarians and the people in the park are reluctant to give the green light and be gung-ho, participate, cooperate, and make it happen for her to come home, If they're reluctant to do that, that's not a character flaw. You know, that is their culture. That is their peer group. That is who they live with. They don't want to lose that. They can't step outside of that. And so, I mean, it's really more assumptions, unquestioned assumptions that are in the way. And those are that she needs them. She needs captivity. She needs to be under their intense care at all times. And that ocean habitats are cold and dark and dangerous. And it might shock her to the point of killing her. I mean, you know, that has certainly been said over and over and over by the Seaquarium, that it would kill her. They just, you know, leave it at that. They don't explain what they're talking about, but that's the proposal. So even though the owner of the marine park, Eduardo Albor, who is the CEO of the Dolphin Company, has said 100%, I'm in favor of her going home if the experts agree. I mean, that is amazing. Of course, he doesn't have a whole lot of other options, but that is a great breakthrough. So the way is clear. There is no, you know, ownership problem, but we got to get a green light from the veterinarians, basically. And we haven't seen that happen. So in closing, Tiffany will be happy to hear. All I will say is the challenge is to somehow convince the public and those veterinarians and the world and everybody that she is healthy. She is basically healthy. That is her normal, natural condition that she returns to, and that is the reports that we're hearing. Good appetite, good activity level, responsive, very alert. She's healthy, and she's courageous, and she's gentle. She'll work with you. She'll participate. She'll be part of the program, and she'll do just fine back in her native habitat. That's our challenge. I guess I should unwire now.
It's just always a tradition that Howie gets the monkey. So we had to
monkey's
throw it,
on-
even though you stayed on time.
I love that monkey. Heard that monkey since he debuted in Baja California, back at San Ignacio Lagoon many, many years ago, and became a standard fixture. So let's see, okay.
So we do have Ellie Kinley of the Lummi Nation on Zoom. And if the wizards behind the curtain can hear me, they can go ahead and bring Ellie up on the screen.
Oh, it worked. I squacheel. I'm assuming everyone can hear me because all of a sudden I came really big on my screen. Good morning. I don't exactly know what I can say now that I followed Howard. Howard pretty much covered everything. Good morning, Howard. He literally pretty much said everything that I had written down to talk about, but I guess I can tell you about my story with her, Lummi's story, and how we're involved. And I mean, it started for us, it was just a short while ago, just 7 years ago. I know that there are so many other people who have been working on bringing her home for so much longer. But Doug James made us more aware of her. I didn't, before 7 years ago, know that we had a Southern resident in captivity performing daily for her meals down in Miami. And it didn't take long once we really knew about her. It took about a year for the tribe to pass a motion to say we need to bring her back home to her family. And then about 5 years ago, our chairman and a few council people traveled down with a totem pole and reached out an open hand to Miami Sea Aquarium and asked them to work with us on bringing her home. And of course, there was no response from Miami Sea Aquarium. That wasn't something they wanted to do. And that was really tough, but we kept working on it. And that was 5 years ago. And then there wasn't much movement. And along came the USDA, like Howard said, and the wonderful report of the rotten food she was being fed and her awful conditions. But from that, of course, came she no longer was licensed to perform. So she was no longer going to have to be performing daily for her food. So that was a wonderful thing. And then Eduardo Albor from the Dolphin Company, he purchased Miami Sea Aquarium. And what came from that day of listening was listening to Eduardo talk about he had been following her for a while. And even though people told him not to invest in Miami Sea Aquarium, he still did, because he had been following her because of his daughter. I found that really interesting to hear that day. And Mr. Albor, he's willing to work with us. And as how he said, they've released her, and now it's just up to getting her healthy enough and having those taking care of her health give us the green light to bring her home, which is just going to kick in a big process of permits and pens and where she's going to go. But some of some of the work's already beginning. Her enrichment, there's a wonderful team of people taking care of her now, and she's being fed some wonderful food. I got to see the chum she was eating a couple weeks ago, and I truly believe 2023 is her year. This is the year we're going to be able to bring her back to the Salish Sea and bring her back to the waters she was born in and the waters that her family swims free in. And the reason, of course, that's important just for her, because she's such a strong girl. And I think she's strong because she knows we're going to be able to bring her home. But bringing her home is more important than that, even, because it's bringing her home to the Salish Sea and her family. Sorry. It's being able to apologize to her family to help correct the wrong that was done so many years ago. And I think bringing her home is going to be the turnaround for the Salish Sea. It's going to be what starts healing the Salish Sea, because we all know the Salish Sea isn't what it used to be, and it's not capable of nourishing our Southern residents or nourishing us as tribal people who live from the sea. So bringing her home is that important to start the process, to heal the Salish Sea, and to tell our Southern residents we're so sorry that we allowed this to happen, that we allowed her to be stolen from them. And I just feel that it's finally the year she's going to get to come home. And as Howard said, she's not old. She's not old in killer whale years at all. So, yeah, other than telling you our side, Coahomington are our family. So this is just something that needs to be done. She needs to come home. And thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Are there any questions for Howie or Ellie?
If the green light is given, is there a pen available? And if not, how long is it going to take to get permits and pen and all of that other infrastructure in place to actually accommodate?
Okay, so 2 questions. Do we have a pen? And if we don't, or even if we do, how long is it going to take to get the permits to accommodate her?
If I'm answering that question, there isn't a pen yet, but there is a design for a pen, and I believe it's all on the Sacred Seas website. And we don't think building the actual pen would take that long. Once the green light's given, as Howard mentioned, there's a lot of training for her that has to begin, because she has to feel totally comfortable in that sling, and the other enrichment things that are going on with her. She has to slowly become used to things she's going to see in the Salish Sea. You've got to keep her comfortable, and she's got to be trained to do that. And we don't believe the permitting process would really take that long, because she's a Southern resident and she needs to come home. And if it's the right people asking for the permits, I don't think it'll take that long once we get the green light.
What Ellie said. I don't think it will take that long either. If there is a good consensus, if there is, an agreement among the experts, the veterinarians, that she can do it, that it can be done without major risk, without significant risk, that actually, and that return, I think part of the equation needs to be that ocean water is therapeutic. It's in the Merck veterinary manual that the best place to put any marine mammal is the closest approximation of their natural habitat. So how about their natural habitat? So I would say that should be a part of the calculation, is that she's likely to get better by being in a better environment, being in her real natural environment.
How does a 6,000-pound orca get transported?
Great question. Very carefully, yeah.
Well, I could say it's routine. It's been done hundreds of times. The marine parks have, from everyone that was captured and everyone that's transferred from one place to another. They're brought into a sling, a nice comfy sling with their pec fins and a holes for their pec fins and for their eyes so they can see what's going on. And they're lifted into a tank that is about half filled It's actually like a big container that is about half filled with chilled water. And so they're partly immersed in that water and suspended in it, in that tank, which is on the back of a flatbed truck that is then driven to an airport, and they're loaded into a C-30 transport or some airplane that can handle them and flown to the destination. And then the process is reversed and they're gently lowered into the waters of their new destination. Hopefully, in her case, her home. Been done all the time.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how common whale flights are, that they go on all the time, all year.
Okay, any questions on Zoom? I'll be right with you. We're gonna give Zoom a chance.
So Phil Cheston from Zoom wants to know if the permit process can begin now.
I don't believe so. I think we need the green light. We need them to actually say, yes, she can go home. The work to support getting the permits, that can happen. People being made aware that we're going to be approaching asking for permits. That kind of work can, but the actual physical paperwork to make for the permits, I don't think yet. What do you think, Howard?
Howard agrees. All right, we'll take a question here.
Yeah, I was just wondering how much it costs and how much needs to be raised still to make this happen.
Dollars and cents. How much do we need to make this happen?
There's a guideline on Sacred Sea that lists, I do believe it has the estimate for it, and off the top of my head, I can't remember it. And it's something that we don't think is going to be an issue either, because once we get the green light for her to come home, that's when the major part of the fundraising is going to begin. And I can't see it being a problem just by some of the pledges that we already have towards bringing her home and her care once she does get to come home. It's in the millions. That's all I can remember. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Right. It needs to be done top of the line professionally, and there also needs to be a future fund for care for a year or two or more covered. But once the process starts, I think the enthusiasm to support it will be tremendous. And there's already a wealthy benefactor lined up to get that started.
Any other Zoom questions?
Nancy is asking, who is in charge of the C-pin construction and how soon can it begin after the okay?
It couldn't start until it was actually permitted, and that's a very good question, and I believe that would be the Whale Sanctuary project.
One more in-house, or are we out of time?
So we're out of time and we're going to a break now, but we know there's a lot of other questions on Zoom. Hopefully we'll have some time later. We're going to try to collect the ones on Zoom and see about getting answers to you. We're going to take a 15-minute break now so you can grab some coffee and snacks, visit our pod partners in the learning lobby, write messages for Ken, and bid on silent auction items. So thank you once again, Ellie and Howie, for that update about Toki. So most of our program today is going to be focusing on the southern resident killer whales. But before we hear about them, we are very fortunate to have with us Dr. Kate Stafford to help us learn about a fascinating whale that most people aren't very familiar with. Kate's research focuses on the Arctic and the use of passive acoustic monitoring to study marine mammals. On behalf of Orca Network, welcome, and thank you so much for being here today.
Okay, can you hear me? All right, I think this is working. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for coming and spending what is like the most beautiful Saturday we've had in months indoors. And I'm just really grateful to Cindy for inviting me and for the chance to share with you guys what I consider to kind of be the most superlative whale in the oceans. That's my bias. But I will try and bring this back around and talk about killer whales in the end and talk about what they're doing in the Arctic now. So my name is Dr. Kate Stafford. I use bioacoustics. So I study the underwater sounds of marine mammals and particularly the bowhead whale. So bowhead whales are, to me, superlative. They're the only baleen whale that lives year-round in the Arctic. Do you need the volume up, please? Me, 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 me. Is that better? Okay. So they're the only baleen whale that lives year-round in the Arctic. They are an ice-adapted whale. They live in and among the ice most of their life. One of the most interesting things about bowhead whales is they can live 2 human lives, over 200 years old. And we know this from traditional knowledge from the Inupiaq and the Yupik, who have lived with them for millennia. We know this from the chemistry in their eyes. In some cases, stone points from old hunters have been found in living whales. And we can look at their earwax, which actually works very much like tree rings to tell how old they are. So there are bowheads alive in the Arctic today who have been alive for 200 years. They've been alive through the Industrial Revolution. They've maybe even been alive since our US Civil War. But it's not just that they live so long. Bowheads are actually capable of breaking through ice up to 1/2 meter thick. And they do this as they migrate in the ice so they can just push up a tiny little bit of ice and breathe or sip the air under heavy ice. Bowheads have the thickest blubber of any whale, which of course helps keep them warm in the Arctic, and the longest baleen. So killer whales, of course, have teeth and they eat individual pieces of prey. Bowhead whales, on the other hand, have baleen, which is sometimes called whalebone, but it's not bone at all. I mean, this audience certainly knows that baleen is made of keratin, which is the same thing that our fingernails are made of and that our hair is made of. And baleen grows throughout a bowhead whale's life. And these guys have this giant head and really long baleen because they feed on teeny tiny little prey that is sparsely distributed in the Arctic. Now, this illustration is actually done by Ugo Gordo, who is in the audience today, and he does spectacular work. And I just wanted to show you sort of the life history stages of a bowhead whale, only to focus on this giant head of theirs. So when they're first born, they've got short little baleen and tiny little heads, and they're big fat whales. And the Inupiat call these whales butterballs or ingutuk. We white people call them butterballs. They're called ingutuk because all they are is fat little whales who have been nursing from their mom for about a year. And what they need is all that fat to live on for the next few years while they grow their head. And what bowhead whales do from about age 2 to about age 6 or 7 is they spend all their time growing baleen and their head. So they don't get any longer over that time, but their head gets bigger. And what's pretty interesting is that bowhead whales actually have osteoporosis when they're young in their ribs, because they're taking the minerals and the energy and the fat from those ribs and sending it to their head. As they get older, then their ribs get bigger and stronger, and they no longer have osteoporosis. So it's kind of interesting that you start young and get stronger as you get older, unlike, say, me. So currently, we recognize 4 populations of bowhead whales in the Arctic. There's a population in the Sea of Okhotsk, about which we still know relatively little. We think there might be 500 whales, and there's a Russian researcher, Olga Shpak, who is probably the world expert in bowhead whales. She has currently given up her research to go to the Ukraine and help out in the Ukraine because she has lots of family there. So sometimes science is really important. Sometimes it's less important. Sorry, that's me editorializing. We've got a population of whales called the Western Arctic, or the Bering, Chukchi, Beaufort population. And that's the population that I study a lot and I'll be talking about, and that John in the audience has studied. We've got Eastern Canada, Western Greenland, and then this population called the Spitsbergen population, which was initially the biggest population of whales, we think, and they may now only number a few hundred. So bowhead whales, one of the reasons that all populations were listed as endangered and have been protected for almost 100 years now, is that because they have long baleen and because they have a lot of fat, they were incredibly valuable to whalers. So bowhead whales in the Atlantic Arctic, in fact, were hunted nearly to extinction as early as the 1700s. Okay, and if we think about the baleen, baleen was the plastic of the 17 and 1800s. People made all sorts of stuff out of baleen. Out of the whale fat, we got light, we got lubrication, we even got food. And so you would make buggy whips out of baleen, you would make soap out of the blubber, you would make eyeglasses, umbrellas. And if you look at bowhead baleen, and this is the head of a bowhead whale on a Yankee whaling ship, it can be 4 meters long. So almost 20 feet long, each piece of baleen. And it's very flexible. You can put it in a barrel full of water and fold it up and transport the barrels of baleen. My personal favorite use of baleen, and ladies, can you feel me, was for corset stays, because we all need to kill whales so we have an hourglass shape. And whaling was so successful, even in the Arctic, that people were willing to take wooden boats up into the ice and risk getting crushed, risk getting trapped, risk getting frostbite to kill whales. You can think of right whales and then bowhead whales as really driving the economic engine of the globe, of the Northern Hemisphere globe, for over 200 years. And despite the hardship of these whalers, they were incredibly successful. So what I'm showing you here is basically the population estimate from the Atlantic Arctic, so both Davis Strait between Canada and Greenland, but also in Spitsbergen off the east coast of Greenland. And you can see that starting in the 1600s and continuing on into the 17 and 1800s, the populations crashed. In the Pacific Arctic, which whaling happened a little bit later for bowhead whales, that happened much later. But again, the result was very similar. What you're seeing here is one of Townsend's famous whaling maps showing bowhead whale hunts. And these bowhead whales were primarily taken in September and October, the few months when there was less sea ice in the area, but sea ice was still very, very heavy. One of my favorite little factoids or stories about the Pacific Arctic bowhead whaling is that, in fact, the Civil War may have saved Western Arctic bowheads from going completely commercially extinct. Because whale oil largely drove Yankee whaling families who funded the Union side of the Civil War, the Confederacy decided the best way to cut off those finances was to attack whaling boats. So they sent a captain over to England where he retrofitted a boat called the Shenandoah. He took it down around South America, stopped by Hawaii, and headed up to the Arctic, where he started taking out whaling boats, whether they were Yankee whaling boats, French whaling boats, British whaling boats. They were pretty indiscriminate, and they were incredibly successful. This was sort of one of the first instances of fake news, because when they stopped back in Hawaii and saw a newspaper that the Civil War had in fact ended and peace had been signed, the skipper didn't believe them, and he continued on his merry way. And there's a couple of accounts. There is a popular press book called The Last Shot, I think, which is about the last shot fired in the Civil War, which was fired in the Arctic. And so I've always found that to be a little bit interesting. Now, of course, as whale numbers decreased, it became much more expensive. You found many fewer whales. It became almost impossible financially to make a profit. And this sort of happened at the same time that oil was discovered on land. So kerosene became cheaper as whale oil became more expensive, and we slowly shifted over our economy to the dinosaurs that we're now digging up. And it doesn't, the irony is not lost on me that essentially discovering oil on land may in fact have saved many whale species from being brought to utter extinction. But it's this discovery of oil on land and our use of fossil fuels that is now negatively impacting many of these species and many of the habitats that they live in, and our species as well. Didn't know this was going to get all political. But the good news is, and there is actually some good news, turns out once you stop killing whales, they have a remarkable capacity to adapt and respond. And so what you're seeing here is the trend of population estimates for bowhead whales from the Western Arctic. And the latest population estimate comes from 2011, and it was up over 17,000 whales. At this point, we think the Western Arctic population of bowhead whales has recovered to pre-commercial whaling levels. And that's great news. But these data are really hard to come by. And again, John, wherever you are, knows how hard they are, because you've got to stand out on the ice. It's cold. You're waiting for the lead to open between the pack ice and the shore-fast ice. And you're counting whales and also using acoustic data to help count the whales. It can be really cold, even when it's sunny. Oftentimes, though, it's both foggy and ice covered. And I've never been in a job where I felt like I've put myself into the food chain as often as I have up there. So we need better tools. And one of the tools that I've used a lot, and that we'll hear John Ford talking about a lot, is the use of acoustics, eavesdropping underwater. You can listen 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You can listen in the dark, you can listen through the ice, and you can hear over much greater distances than you can see. And the nice thing is that all species, all marine mammal species, make species distinct sounds. Now, you're going to hear, and you guys know better than I, about pod-specific calls where you can tell different killer whale pods apart. We can't quite do that with bowhead whales yet, but we have a bunch of tools at the ready. We can put out hydrophones, underwater microphones, to sit and listen for a whole year and then get the data back. We can listen through the ice. And I will tell you that we often think about the Arctic as this desert where nothing's happening. It's ice covered. It's all blue and white and gray. But once you put a hydrophone under the water, it's actually pretty remarkable. It's incredibly loud. I hope. What you're listening to now, walrus and bearded seals, and bowhead whales and belugas, all recorded at the same time. So this is part of the acoustic environment in which bowhead whales live, listening to other species, listening to sea ice. whales make a couple different kinds of sounds. They make very simple sounds that they use to communicate when they're navigating, when they're moving through ice. Trying to see if I can find the. These simple whoop, whoop, are what they make in the spring and the fall and basically year round. But the other really cool things about bowhead whales, besides all the superlatives, and I hope I'm making some converts here, is they also sing. So of all the baleen whale species, the blue whales, the fin whales, the humpback whales, the bowhead whales, only humpback whales and bowhead whales sing very elaborate, complex songs that change between years and change over time. I spend a lot of time thinking about that. And so bowhead whales sing. And they sing primarily in the winter. This is a little bit behind. And I'll be playing plenty of bowhead whale songs. And we think it's a male reproductive display. And the first time I ever heard a bowhead whale song, it was one that was recorded from off of Western Greenland. And my colleague, Kristen Lydra, who's maybe known to some of you, she's a very famous narwhal researcher and I almost said killer whale researcher, but that's not true. Polar bear researcher. She went to Greenland and I sent her with a bunch of recording equipment. And she called me up. I was at my folks' house and held out her cell phone, or she called me on my cell phone. She said, "What the heck is this?" And this is what she played. And that's the first bowhead whale song I'd ever heard. And it kind of changed my scientific trajectory. But the data that Kristen sent back didn't include just this one song type. There was another song too. And these were recorded basically 2 days apart in the same population. And I'm going to play this only because I want you guys to hear for yourselves how very different bowhead whale songs can be from the same population over a short period of time. I did originally call this the Strangled Cat song because of that. But then I thought I should take the word cat out. But I hope you can see by looking at the spectrogram, and I'm showing you pictures of the sound where you're looking at time on the x-axis and frequency on the y-axis. You can see and hear how different these sounds are. The audio is not so great on this one. And bowhead whales will repeat these songs over and over and over for many hours and even days. And this was new to us. So the original acoustic and visual population census that started up in the Western Arctic to get estimates for Inupiaq hunters so that they could maintain a quota, because I will say, and I should have said earlier, that many people in the Arctic rely on the bowhead whale for culture, for subsistence, and for nutritional needs. So bowheads are incredibly important and are incredibly linked to the culture of Inupiaq and Yupik peoples. And because Yankee whalers and other international whalers had done such a good job of bringing their numbers down, in the late 70s, the National Marine Fisheries Service said to the Inupiaq, "You don't get to hunt whales anymore because there aren't enough." And the Inupiaq said, "Well, we actually know there's enough whales. We know that they migrate under ice far away. We conduct a sustainable hunt. You have to trust us." Of course, the US government said, "Well, we don't trust you, but we're going to bring in scientists and figure out how many whales there are. And they used a combination of underwater listening and these visual surveys from the ice to determine that, yes, in fact, the Inupiaq were right. Whales do migrate when there's heavy ice. They do migrate at night. There are enough whales for a sustainable hunt. But those acoustic data, which were really the very first acoustic data during the springtime for bowhead whales, it sounded like there was only one song per year in that population. And that was sort of the general paradigm. Like humpback whales, bowhead whales all sing the same song. So this data from Western Greenland suggested to us that maybe at least for this population, things are a little different. So that same year, I actually had the great chance to put a hydrophone out in the middle of Fram Strait, which is the center, or was the center, of Spitsbergen whaling. You can see our hydrophone location is here at the green dot. And we put the hydrophone out in the hopes of hearing any little whoops or grunts of bowhead whales at all, because this is the population that was thought to have anywhere from 20 to 50,000 animals in the virgin population. And as late as 10 years ago, or as recently as 10 years ago, it was thought that the population, despite not being whaled for over 2 centuries, maybe still only numbered in the tens. So we were hoping to hear when and where we might have bowheads in the area, because it's hard to get to. It's expensive to work in the Arctic. There's not many ships that are capable of working in the Arctic. And we put the hydrophone out, got it back a year later. And when I listened to it, instead of a few grunts and moans, what I heard was singing all winter long, 24 hours a day in the polar night under the ice. And I'm just showing you a quick plot here of the pattern of this, where sea ice concentration is shown in blue, and the number of hours a day we had with bowhead whale song are in green. The black line shows you daylight. So in fact, this is behavior that is happening under polar night. And this is not something that we would have gone out and observed at this time of year. And what was even more interesting with these whales is not only did this acoustic discovery then say, this is a hot spot, because we repeated the experiment for 4 years and it's still ongoing. And it's led to people going to this area with helicopters and satellite tags and getting photo ID and population estimates. And now we think that rather than tens, there might be hundreds of whales in this population, but they are so ice shy that they've been largely inaccessible to us until we started listening for them. And again, like with off of West Greenland, we heard lots of different songs. Play this one because it's pretty interesting, I hope. I find this very soothing. Most people might not. The other really neat thing about bowhead whales is that they can make 2 sounds at once. They have 2-voiced singing, and you're going to hear it in this section, when you will hear there's a low frequency that occurs at the same time as that. But like birds that have a syrinx and can produce 2 very different sounds at once, so can bowheads. This was a song that was recorded in November. And if you look at the spectrogram below, you can see a song that was recorded just a few weeks later in December. So very different songs. So when we went back and looked through all of the data from Fram Strait, we didn't find just 1 or 2 songs. In fact, we found over 76 different songs in 1 year. And they are as different as the songs I've been showing you. So what gives? Who's doing all this singing? And no song was ever recorded from one year to the next. So bowhead whales are constantly changing up their repertoire. They're using different notes. It's almost as if they're using different letters in their alphabet every year. So what we know about humpback whales is that all the males in a population sing the same song. They sing long, elaborate songs. Those songs change through the season, but everybody kind of locksteps. And the next year, they sing a different song. What we found with bowhead whales now, everywhere we've listened, is that they are changing songs from day to day, from week to week, from month to month, and from year to year. And we don't know why. What gives? Who is doing all this singing? We do know it's a seasonal behavior. It really only occurs from about November into May. Based on what we know about other animals, about bats and mice and birds and frogs and humpback whales and blue whales, we suspect it's males that are singing, but we don't know that for certain because, again, this is happening in the dark under heavy ice. But why the heck are they changing songs all the time? And does each whale have its own song? Do they share a song? So we thought one of the ways we could answer this is by going back to the original region where bowhead whale songs were first recorded. Because we know along the coast of Alaska, bowhead whales migrate every spring. And they migrate in leads that open up between the ice that's attached to the land and that is in the ocean. And so because they're not lingering, they're heading to Canada, as we all should have, to feed. They're not feeding off of Barrow, off of Utqiagvik. So we thought if we heard one song on Tuesday, and then we heard a completely different song the following Tuesday, we're pretty sure that's two different whales. Likewise, if we heard the same song the following Tuesday, it should be different whales. So that would indicate that there's both maybe song sharing, but also individual singing. And I had a great undergrad work on this named Hanson Johnson, who went on to Dalhousie and just finished his PhD, not on bowhead whales, which is a character flaw. But he found that the problem is sometimes whales do share songs and other whales don't. So we still don't have an answer. And I kind of like the fact that there is still this great mystery out there about bowhead whales. And bowhead whales, as any marine mammal, and is certainly is an issue with our killer whales in the Salish Sea and all whales, they use acoustics, right? They listen to sounds to interpret their environment. They produce sounds to communicate with each other. In the case of, for instance, killer whales, they use sounds to find prey. But as we know, this Arctic loving whale, the Arctic's changing, right? The Arctic is warming. Right now, the latest estimate is that it's warming 3 to 4 times as fast as the rest of the globe. And with that change is a dramatic decrease in sea ice. And that dramatic decrease in sea ice in these whales that rely on ice and live in ice and are ice whales is causing a lot of changes. So this, in the spring, is the domain of the bowhead whale. Heavy ice that they can navigate through. But more and more, there's less ice, and more, there are invaders into the Arctic. And so, of course, one of those invaders is us, human beings. This is an animation from NASA showing the age and the thickness of sea ice over time. And as you can see, with the whiter ice being the older, thicker ice, things are changing dramatically. There's a lot less thick ice. And in fact, there's so little ice now that I can tell you that my friend Craig George was just out on the ice edge the other day with his hydrophone, and he heard bowhead whales. They should be down in the Bering Sea this time of year. But now with less ice, even bowhead whales are changing their migratory pattern. And this decrease in sea ice is opening up habitat, right? It's opening up habitat for commercial shipping, but it's also opening up habitat for other species. So this is a map of ship visits from 2009 to 2016. And just to orient you, we are we're off the map. This is Bering Strait. And every ship that is going to use the Arctic, because it is essentially a shortcut to get stuff from the Pacific to the Atlantic, but every ship that goes either way is passing through Bering Strait, and they're passing through critical habitat. And we hear a lot about the Northwest Passage and how that's getting more ships, but in fact, where most of the shipping is happening is along the northern route of Russia, the Northern Sea Route. And there are massive ships going through now 12 months of the year. And so certainly this is an audience that knows a lot about ship noise and the impacts of ship noise on communication of animals. And in the Arctic, a lot of these species, although they're used to a lot of noise year-round from other animals, from ice, they've been relatively naive to ship traffic. And we've heard that increasing almost everywhere along the bowhead whale route. The other thing I want to talk about is this pinch point between the Pacific and the Arctic. And it's not just shipping, and this just shows you how much transit cargo has increased over time, which is significant. We're talking 2015 to 2020. We've gone from 39 crossings to 1,300. But there's also shipping in the middle of winter now, because the sea ice is becoming so thin that even though there's still ice in winter, it's thin enough that ships can pass. And to my mind, that's problematic. Well, it's problematic for many reasons, but in particular in the winter, it's dark. I've said that probably half a dozen times. So if people are even bothering to look out for whales, they're not going to see them. It's also this particular area right here, which is over by Bering Strait, that's critical winter habitat for bowhead whales. That's where they're singing. That's where they're reproducing. That's their winter refuge. They may be eating there. We're not entirely sure about that, but that is where they go when they are pushed out of the high Arctic. So ship noise is a problem. Other things that are a problem, of course, are ship strikes and entanglements. We've seen this in stark relief over the past 40 years with the North Atlantic right whales. You can think about bowhead whales as being like a big, fat, cold right whale. Like right whales, they're slow, they're skim feeders, they spend a lot of time at the surface. They are vulnerable to ship strikes. And to date, there haven't been that many ship strikes that we've seen, or that we've recovered, of course, but that's always an issue. And still, there's a relatively low proportion of adult bowhead whales that show evidence of entanglement scars or ship strikes. But those data come from 10, 15 years ago, and things are changing so fast that I feel like we have to be on the alert. And one of the ways we know all these, and one of the ways we have all these data, is from collaboration with Inupiaq whaling captains, who let us go up on the ice, take biological samples from the whales that they're going to share with their communities. And these are the people who notice changes before any of us Western scientists do. So I'm incredibly grateful to the time that I've spent up on the ice with my colleagues and so much that I've learned from them. Now, perhaps more interesting to this audience are the other invaders of the Arctic. And one of those is killer whales. Certainly in the Canadian Arctic, Native peoples have been seeing more and more killer whales. We're seeing increased rake marks on killer whales. And when I listen, and this is just a map of all the places I've listened and where and when I've heard killer whales, we hear them. But John, if you can tell me who these are. And killer whales were thought to have followed gray whales up north, following the females with their calves. But more and more, should I put a trigger warning on this? More and more killer whales are eating bowheads. And aerial survey data have found evidence of bowheads missing their tongues. So it's clear that this is becoming an issue everywhere in the Arctic. Now, you can't blame the killer whales, right? Everybody's got to eat. But they're certainly taking advantage of this new habitat. If you think about Arctic whales, the bowhead whale, there's only 3. bowhead whales, narwhals, and belugas, they all have smooth backs. They don't have dorsal fins. If you want to migrate through ice, it's good not to have something sticking up off of your back because you can get damaged. I mean, even bowhead whales can show evidence of ice scars. You can see that in this animal here. And so it's been thought that the heavy ice used to exclude things like humpback whales and killer whales from the Arctic, but no longer. So they are potentially winners in this climate change scenario. But speaking of humpback whales, the other great singer, humpback whales too, like bowhead whales, are recovering from commercial whaling. And humpback whales are, it's like great guns. They're breeding like rabbits. Or so it seems. There's a lot of humpback whales, and they too are increasingly moving into the Arctic and following prey and following opportunities. Personally, that poses a little problem for me, and maybe the bowhead whales, but who knows? Because remember, these are the two whales that can adapt their, the two baleen whales that can adapt their song, that can learn, that can culturally transmit song, and are really plastic in their acoustic behavior. And more, we are hearing humpback whales in the Arctic. But also now they're starting to overlap with singing bowhead whales. It's not, I think, that humpback whales are up in the Arctic looking for breeding opportunities. It's that the males are up there. Maybe they're not migrating to Mexico or to Hawaii. They're just tuning up. And so more and more, we are increasingly hearing this acoustic overlap. And songs of bowhead whales and humpback whales are, at present, very different. I feel quite confident that I can tell them apart. Some of their social calls are sadly quite similar. So the question is, what is going to happen to the songs of bowhead whales or the songs of humpback whales? Are they going to start imitating each other? I don't know. It's a possibility. But what I will say, and what I've certainly learned from a lot of time up on the ice, is that cooperation is key. Cooperation among scientists, among native peoples, among resource managers. We all, and among us, all of us, the general public, people who live on the planet and share the planet with these amazing animals who right now are singing in the Arctic. We need to pull together, and we need to cooperate, and we need to come together and come up with solutions that are going to help preserve this planet that we love so much. But I don't want to, sort of end on Debbie Downer. This is a beautiful illustration that an 8th grader from Sitka named Michama Volek made for me. And let me make sure to let you know these are not penguins, they're puffins. She knows better. And I'm happy to not see the flying monkey. I was a little worried about that. But I will leave you with this beautiful bowhead song, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I'm curious what the food availability situation is.
So bowhead whales really like copepods, which are tiny little zooplankton that, even though they're about the size of a grain of rice, they're chock full of fat. And in the Amundsen Gulf, over in, would that be sort of eastern? It's not the east, it's the Western Canadian Arctic in the Beaufort Sea. Spring, summer, there's a ton of copepods. And then as the bowheads migrate west, which traditionally they used to migrate in about September, October to avoid the increase in sea ice, because even though they're capable of breaking through ice, they can't break through incredibly thick ice. They will sometimes stop near Utqiagvik and eat krill. For now, there's enough nutrients to feed the zooplankton to feed the whales. But just last September, for the first time ever, I saw humpback whales in the Beaufort Sea, and they were feeding on small swimming fish. So that's something new. So the whole environment, of course, is changing. Whales don't exist in a vacuum. It's all about the physics and the chemistry and the biology. And for now, in fact, Western Arctic Bering Chukchi bowhead whales seem to be in pretty good body condition. They're doing well. They have enough to eat. They're having lots of babies. So that's really indicative of a healthy population. I guess the question is, what's going to happen when there's not enough nutrients for the prey? We don't know. And honestly, I feel like sometimes we're just sort of observing without being able to do something. But for now, the prey seems okay, except that, again, we are having capelin moving north, like fish that didn't used to be caught. And people in the Arctic, they're now pulling out all sorts of salmon. Everybody puts a subsistence net out. Lots of chum, but occasionally a Chinook is found, occasionally a sockeye. So that's new. Sure. The man, the myth, the legend.
We're going to work for this question.
He's worth it.
Great job. Thanks. I was really intrigued by the dual sounds. How do they produce it? Because I know in the Odyssey you had the two phonics, but they only had one original sound. Is that something with the laser?
So the question is, how do they produce the dual sounds, the two different sounds?
That is an excellent question. So, but I think I was talking to Joy Riedenberg, who is a physiologist. She studies large whale physiology. And she actually made this really cool 3D model. So we've got a larynx. As Uko indicated, many baleen whales have what's called a laryngeal sac, which is a big, a bag that's hanging off their larynx. And there's a bunch of cartilages that work together and move. And so we think that baleen whales, they're not blowing bubbles to make sounds the way bearded seals do or the way dolphins do, but they're basically moving air from their nasal cavity, which is blocked off, through the cartilages and the laryngeal sac into their lungs and back and forth. So it's like bellows. And I think that you can, because I've played with these cartilages a lot, I think you could get them to have them open two different slots, I think. But because we can't keep them in captivity, which is a good thing, we don't know. And actually, at one point, Craig George and I had a larynx from a bowhead whale, and we took a shot back. And we were trying to force air through it and move around with the monkey lips, and never quite got anything very exciting out of it. But we tried.
Okay, any questions on Zoom?
From Zoom, let's see.
This is really like the person behind the curtain.
So Doris Welch wanted to know, how did you determine that one whale was making two different sounds at once?
That's a great question. How did we determine that one whale is making two different sounds at once? You can look at the patterning and the amplitude of the signal. And when you've got a bowhead song, they only do this when they're singing. They don't do this when they're just talking or migrating. It repeats consistently over and over and over again. And we also know from the Inupiaq, who sometimes will put an oar in the water to listen, that they have heard the same whale making two different songs. And then there was a Danish researcher, Oti Turvo, who actually managed to put a suction cup tag with a hydrophone on the back of a couple bowhead whales in Disco Bay, Greenland, spelled with a K, not a C, despite all the singing. And she found that that whale that was singing was singing in two voices. So this we're pretty confident about, but exactly how they do it, still a mystery. And I mean, for those of you young people who are in the audience or people who want to go back to school or think about biology, like there's still so much stuff to be discovered, right? Which is really cool. We barely know anything. Well, that might just be me.
Any more questions on Zoom?
Caitlin would like to know if climate change is affecting the whale's food source.
The whales what?
Food source.
Well, we had a question about the food source earlier. Right now, in many regions, the food source for bowhead whales seems pretty stable. But there are predators of that food source moving north in terms of forage fish. I mean, the good news is like I work with a lot of great biological oceanographers who study copepods and study krill, and we are looking at that. But for now, it seems okay. I mean, besides the habitat issues, for now, like bowhead whales are doing all right.
Okay, I've got a question here in house.
How much oil and gas drilling operations have you seen in the area that you work, and what impact does that have on populations there?
So how much oil and gas operations have happened? So what's kind of interesting is currently, right now off northern Alaska, there's the big oil pipeline that goes out to an island that pulls oil from the Beaufort Sea. There hasn't been any active oil and gas exploration or drilling since 2015. Shell was trying to drill in the Chukchi Sea, and they thought they'd hit the mother lode, and turns out they didn't, and so they pulled out. Certainly, we think, so what's really interesting is it's not just the drilling, but when you're exploring for oil, people make what's called an air gun pulse. They use air guns, which is a big noise that essentially allows you to image the ocean bottom. So it's not unlike if you go to the doctor to have a kidney stone looked at. They use acoustics to see those kidney stones because the kidney stone is a different density from the rest of your kidney. Oil is a different density from the surrounding sediment. But an air gun is a horrible, loud, low-frequency sound that overlaps with the sounds of bowhead whales and blue whales and fin whales. And what's really interesting is this great researcher, Susanna Blackwell, was doing a study of the impacts of seismic noise on bowhead whales. And what she found is that when air gun ships are far away, but bowheads can still hear them, bowhead whales start to call more often. So they increase their call rate. When the ships get really close, they change and they stop calling altogether because, you know, if a train went right through here, I could yell at you guys, but if it stayed, you can't hear me, so I'm just going to stop talking. And that's really important because if bowhead whales can't talk to each other, can't communicate, what does that do to their migratory movements? Do mums and calves lose track of each other? And this is a problem throughout oceans everywhere. Ship noise, oil and gas exploration. I mean, right now in the Pacific Arctic, there's very little. There may be some over on the Russian side. I actually heard air guns on a robot I use that we couldn't locate, but in the US Arctic currently, there isn't any. I mean, there is still oil and gas drilling, but it's fixed at an island and it's very closely monitored. It doesn't what puts most noise in the ocean is actually all the little boats going back and forth from the island.
Okay, any questions on Zoom?
I'm well aware that lunch is next, so I'm happy to stand up here talking all day, but I don't want to get in between people and their lunch.
Nancy Morris on Zoom wants to know if you think there should be restrictions on harvesting krill for human supplements providing omega-3s.
I think in the Southern Ocean, where Antarctic krill is a keystone species for seabirds and seals and whales, there should be. Let's just leave the krill for the whales. There is no harvesting of krill in the Arctic because it doesn't occur. Well, first of all, Antarctic krill, Euphausia superba, is really big compared to the krill we get in the Pacific Arctic, which is much, much smaller. So there's not really much of a, I just lost my ability to think. So there's not much of a market for it, but in the Southern Ocean, there certainly is. And I just don't think that we need to vacuum up millions of tons of krill. Like, let's just eat healthier. I know we can't all do that, but if you can afford to take a krill supplement, you can
We could probably do one more question in-house. Anybody?
Hi, have you observed any behavioral changes in any bowheads that are around the bowheads who are singing? Do you have any data on that?
I've never observed bowheads directly singing. I've only listened to them. But what I can tell you is they're not always polite. Sometimes two will sing at once. What I really want to do that I think could answer some of these questions is try and find out a way to go and put these suction cup tags, which, stick on a bowhead whale for 2 hours to maybe 2 days, and listen to what each whale is hearing and what they are saying. And then because you also get information on dive behavior and orientation, you might get a better insight into what these animals are doing. But because they do this whole behavior in the dark, in freezing temperatures, because it's still, no matter what happens with the ice, hopefully it will always get dark. If it doesn't, then we've got much worse problems. It's just, they're doing this behavior in the winter, and we don't yet have the ability to study them that way. But if anybody's got any ideas, I'm open to hearing them.
Thank you so much. That was really fascinating for someone who doesn't know a lot about bowhead whales. Now I do. Thank you. All right, it's time for lunch now. Okay, I'd like to start by having all of the event staff, event volunteers, please come down in front of the stage here so we can properly thank you for the work you're doing. I know you're out there. Volunteers, let's get, we can't. We need the volunteers here. Didi, come here. That's for board. I'm doing board separately. Board is, we're doing. I'm just telling everybody together that. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, we don't want to start running late, so we're going to get going here, and hopefully people will hear their names and come out to rounds of applause and cheers and throwing of confetti, but only biodegradable confetti. So it takes a lot to put this on, as you can imagine, and we have some amazing volunteers who are here today and have been helping with setup last night and with all the different moving parts that need to happen today. I would like to thank Jan Bell, Allison Montgomery, Jeannie Hamilton, Lynette and Lauren Farley, Lorraine and John Durr, Wendy Levy, Abigail Biddle, Lisa Blom, Heather Anson, Dee Dee Hare, and if there are any other Orca Network volunteers in the audience, could you just stand up, please, so we can see who you are? Folks who might do shifts at the Whale Center, things like that. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. I also want to recognize our Orca Network board members, many of whom have also been putting a lot of effort into this particular event, particularly Jill Hine. We also have Howie, of course, is our board president. And Fred Lundahl, Donna George, Debbie Stewart, and Valerie Yates. Now, all of the staff of Orca Network, of course, have been working for a long time, making this event a reality and relearning how to do this in person after taking 2 years off from doing it that way. As one of the newer members of the Orca Network staff, I want to offer my gratitude and appreciation to Susan Berta, Elisa Lemire Brooks, Gary Heinrich, Katie Watkins, Lucy Clack, Cheryl Payne, Tiffany Waldner, Rachel Height, Marla Smith, and especially to our event coordinator, Cindy Hansen. For the time and effort you've put into this event and for being a wonderful pod to work with. And finally, last but certainly not least, our magical tech team who have made the virtual experience possible here as well and making sure that the microphones work and the screens are up. So please, if you would emerge from behind the curtain, Trevor Snow, Karina Makowski, and John Watkins. Thank you all so much for all your work to make this happen. All right, so we're honored to have with us today one of the pioneers of Southern resident killer whale research. John Ford received his PhD in zoology from the University of British Columbia for his discovery and documentation of acoustic dialects in killer whales off the West Coast. He's currently a research scientist emeritus at the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, BC, where he headed the cetacean research program for 16 years. He's also co-chair of the Marine Mammal Subcommittee of the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada and a member of the IUCN's Cetacean Specialist Group. And he will be speaking to us today about the cultural lives of killer whales. John, we are so glad you're here. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Stephanie. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Thank you for that introduction. I can hear myself coming through the laptop here. That's really interesting. I'll try and ignore that. It's wonderful to be here. And, you know, I've wanted to come to Ways of Whales for years. And Howie and Susan and others in the group have tried, have kindly asked me many times. I'm just going to turn that down. That's better. Over the years to come, and it's always been such a busy time of year, and I had not been able to, but I managed to do it now that I'm sort of officially retired from fisheries and oceans science in Canada. I've got a little more time on my hands, so it's fantastic to be here and talk about what I'm going to try and get through today as quickly as I can, because I'm in mortal fear of the flying monkey coming at me.
Get a bit of an echo feedback here.
Shall I turn that down?
I figured, yeah, if we could mute.
Okay, there we go. That seemed to do the job. Okay, so cultural lives of killer whales. Now, I added a mixed blessing question mark on that because I think as we know, hopefully, and we'll see through some examples here that these animals have very rich cultural lives, but in some respects, it may not be the best thing for them in the face of changing environments and ecosystems for these whales. And so I think I'll start initially by just asking the question, do animals have culture? There we go. And of course, we've all heard of chimpanzees with their tool use to pick ants out of the logs, and there's an orangutan harpooning something. And of course, many biologists say, yes, of course they do. But on the other hand, many anthropologists and sociologists say, no, there's no way they do, and they take great offense when biologists say that animals have culture, because they maintain that culture is unique to humans, that only humans have such cultural traits as spirituality, morality, complex languages with syntaxes and so on, and animals don't have that. So culture is something that separates humans from the rest of the animal world. But it all, to a greatest extent, actually just depends on how you define culture. And admittedly, you know, cetaceans in particular, among all the advanced mammals, social mammals, and highly cognitive species, they don't have tool use, with one exception, and this is a bottlenose dolphin with a sponge that it's picked up on its rostrum to go down and start poking around on the bottom to dislodge fish from hiding places where there's urchins and spiny things, and that would hurt their nose. So that's the only case of tool use that I'm aware of in the cetaceans, but it doesn't depend on a material culture. What these whales have or cetaceans have in many cases, especially again, the more socially advanced species, is a behavioral culture made up of traditions that are learned through social learning and are passed on across generations. So the first person to really push this idea was Ken Norris, who was a fantastic cetacean scientist in California through the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and into the 80s. He was a pioneer in so many ways. He was the main scientist to discover echolocation in cetaceans and to prove that they do it, to figure out how they made their clicking sounds and actually how they hear with their lower jaw. This was all Ken Norris's work, but he was so fascinated by these animals. And this is something he wrote in a book in 1980, Learning Capabilities Provide for a High Level of Flexibility in Nature. And this is translated into local variations in group behavior that we might call culture. So this was kind of a heretical thing, again, when culture is supposed to be just restricted to humans, and it caused a fair amount of controversy, but people started to come around to the idea. And one of the main proponents of the idea of culture in cetaceans has been Hal Whitehead, who's a great friend and colleague from Nova Scotia in Canada, and he studies sperm whales in particular and other deep ocean whales. And he has been promoting this for about 20 years now, and it's really gaining some traction. So I'm going to be drawing a lot from his book that he published a few years ago called The Cultural Lives of Whales and Dolphins. And if you're interested in this topic, get this book. It's great. But what he and his colleague Luke Rendell have done is to broaden the definition in a way to really represent what's going on in cetaceans. And so their definition of culture, it's information or behavior shared within a community, which is acquired from conspecifics, that's animals of the same species, through some form of social learning. So this is key, the social learning. Now, again, it's been quite controversial over the last, 20 years or so that people have been arguing about this, whether we should be calling it culture, whether we shouldn't be. It's, I think, for the most part resolved now. People are now, even some of the anthropologists and sociologists are accepting that indeed, by that definition, cetaceans and other advanced vertebrates, mammals, birds, do indeed have culture. And now it's actually recognized as being really important for the conservation of these animals. And this is a paper just recently published a couple of years ago by a group of people that met to have workshops on this topic, representing all sorts of different taxon groups. And this was published in the journal Science. And it argues that basically culture is really important because it is critical to be able to use culture to define conservation units of species and to preserve cultural diversity, just as one wants to preserve genetic diversity. So what's the big deal with culture anyway? Well, it's similar, social learning and cultural inheritance of acquired behaviors is similar to genetic inheritance in that it is passed on across generations. Cultural traits can mutate and evolve like genetic traits can, and they're subject to natural selection. The good traits are selected for, and the bad traits hopefully are not. Now, genetic inheritance is limited to parents to offspring, and that's it. Whereas with cultural inheritance, it can go in many different directions. It's not just vertical to offspring, but it can go horizontally among animals in a community. It can spread very quickly in a community, both in all directions, up in generations and down sideways and so on. So adaptations can spread really quickly. And an individual's acquired behaviors that it might have acquired in the case of, say, an orca matriarch over many, many decades can be passed on to others, offspring, grand offspring, great grand offspring, and so on. And so this is what is so advantageous to have a lifestyle, if you like, a way of living that's dependent to a large extent on culture. But at the same time, it's not perfect in that cultural adaptation can be constrained by conservatism, conformism, that's individuals might want to be just like everybody else, and so it kind of restricts the ability to change behavior outside the norm. And so in some ways, maybe I think we might see a couple of examples of this, that adaptation is constrained in orca populations. Okay, so let's talk about culture in Orcinus orca. Now, as you see that long list of names, human names for this species, it's found all over the world's oceans, and it interacts with many coastal cultures, human cultures, and thus it has all these different names depending on what part of the globe that we're looking at. And here's a male and female killer whale illustrated by Uko Gorder. Thanks again, Uko, for these wonderful illustrations of this animal. Okay, so single species only recognized to date. Cosmopolitan, one of the most widely distributed mammals on the planet. Really rare in a lot of areas, but pretty abundant in cold, productive areas in both the north and southern hemisphere. And as we heard earlier today, it is the top marine predator in the ocean. Nothing eats it, nothing harms it except for humans. And in theory, killer whales can eat, as a species, can eat pretty much what they want, unless it's super deep or really, really small. And anything really is fair game in the ocean for this really versatile predator. So this is just a tally of some of the species that have been documented as prey of killer whales. And the tally is pushing about 200 different species now. Everything from fishes and sharks to other whales and dolphins to seals and sea lions, seabirds, squid, octopus, turtles, you name it, even a deer and a moose, which is a little unusual. But suffice it to say that this predator as a species can handle just about any prey it wants. But some populations of killer whales in some parts of the world do generalize on all sorts of different prey, but often populations form in different areas, especially in abundant areas of lots of food. They specialize on particular types of prey. And these different populations are called ecotypes. And these foraging specializations are cultural traditions that are acquired by social learning, and they're passed on across generations. And these dietary preferences can be really strong. And sometimes populations that are focused on a particular type of prey have a hard time shifting to a different prey species, as we think what might be going on here. Another of Uko's diagrams, this is of all the main different ecotypes of killer whales in the world. And of course, we'd love to chat about all of them today, but we're going to have to narrow it down just to the local ones here, the 3 different ecotypes that are found in the Northeast Pacific. Now, I just wanted to, before tucking into that, is to pay tribute to my colleagues and mentors in many ways. Michael Bigg, in the picture, the top 2 there, who passed away in 1990. He was the founding father, really, of the whole photo identification program, and so much of how we've learned about killer whales was based on Mike's vision. Ken Balcom, of course, just recently passed, a great friend and colleague who is so important in helping us learn more and more about killer whales in this region. And Graham Ellis, who's still with us and still very active, good friend, but was instrumental right from the very early 1970s in getting these studies going. Okay, so now I know many of you know all about the background here, so I'm going to try and go really quickly, but just for the sake of those who might not. 3 ecotypes, the resident form, mostly salmon diet, some other fish, ground fish and so on, and some squid. Key thing, they don't eat mammals. So these are their dietary focus. And in Canada anyway, the southern population is endangered under the Species at Risk Act as it is in the US waters. And the northern resident population is threatened. Bigs, killer whales named after Michael Bigg, or transients as they've often been called for many decades. Mostly marine mammal diet, the odd seabird and squid, but the key thing is that they don't eat fish and they are considered threatened in Canadian waters. And then offshore killer whales, these are ones that are found out on the sort of exposed coast, out on the continental shelf or along the continental shelf edge. They mostly eat sharks, some other fish species, and they don't eat mammals either. So they have a different sort of focus on marine prey, and they're considered threatened. Okay, so resident killer whale societies. Let's just look at how these societies work and where they are. So then there again, we have the northern and southern populations, but to the north of us, of course, there's a larger population of resident type whales in the Gulf of Alaska, and then out in the western Gulf of Alaska and into the Aleutians, there's a whole nother large population of resident type whales that aren't really very well known. But the key thing about these different populations of resident type killer whales in the Northeast Pacific is that they don't mix. Even though there's substantial overlap, the northern residents, for example, overlap with the northern Gulf of Alaska residents up in Southeast Alaska, but they don't mix. The northern and southern residents overlap off Vancouver Island and further south, even off the Washington coast, but they don't mix. They might come into close proximity, but they don't associate with one another, as far as we know. All right, so here is their sort of basic diagram of just an example of a matriline, a pod, if you like, that is based on matrilineal descent. So they initially were thought to be breeding groups, that these large adult males in the group would mate with the females in the group, and the calves and juveniles in the pod were their offspring. And it turned out to be completely wrong, that the males are simply the grown-up sons of the older females in the group. And the key thing with resident killer whale social structure is that when you're born into a matriline, you essentially never leave the matriline in your life. So they live their entire life with their close kin, their close matrilineal kin. So there's no dispersal of either sex, even when they reach maturity, except in a couple of extremely unusual cases. And so because these whales can live a long time, you can have 4, even 5 generations alive at once. Now, as was mentioned earlier, that these matriarchs, the old females, probably carry a lot of knowledge with them, and they pass that on to younger animals in the group. Now, what's really unusual, I think, in resident society is this really strong attraction or bond between adult males and their mothers, to the point that the males usually swim with their mothers, and they're quite besotted with them. And some have been known to call them mama's boys, in that it's an extremely tight bond, as we'll see. Okay, so this is where we have identified, we being the whole collective community of people studying these whales, northern residents on the left, southern residents on the right. You can see the red dots. There's a lot of overlap off the southern half of the outer coast of Vancouver Island and elsewhere. But the key thing is, even though these whales are essentially the same in their social structure and many of their behaviors, most of their behaviors, and as we'll see in their diet, they don't mix. They just avoid each other. Okay, now moving to the mammal hunters, the bigs, killer whales, their societies are really quite different. There's a bunch of different populations along the coastal waters of Canada and the US. And the difference with these different populations is where they do overlap, they actually do mix. And so the California whales that are familiar down in Monterey Bay to many researchers down there, when they turn up in these waters, they often mix with our sort of local bigs killer whales. And so, they're not as xenophobic as the different populations of residents. They live in small groups. They don't spend their lives in the same matriline. They are matrilineal, but when especially females reach maturity, they tend to leave their mother and close kin, younger kin in most cases, and travel off and join into other bigs killer whale groups. And then they start having their calves elsewhere. Some males will also leave and then just roam around, as what are called roving males, perhaps off looking for mating opportunities. So the key thing is that they don't form these large pods as we see in the residents. Okay, offshore killer whales, they're an enigma. We really don't know much about these guys yet. They're found out in the open coastal waters along the continental shelf edge. They range widely from Southern California, at least, probably down into Baja, but at least Southern California, all the way up through Washington, British Columbia, Alaska, and out to the Aleutians. The same population, which is really quite small though. It looks like there's no more than 500 whales or so in this population. So it's not a big population at all. So what's their social structure? Well, we wish we knew. They often travel in really big groups. You can get over 100 in one encounter in the area. So that might be, almost a quarter of the entire population together. So this is kind of a sociogram of all the connections between individuals identified so far. And you can see clearly that it's a mess. And we don't really think yet that they have a sort of a matrilineal pod-like structure as in residents, because you don't see those sort of clumps of closely associating animals within these big aggregations. They all kind of mix it up quite widely. And so it seems to be a very dynamic society with not much stable structure within it. But it's early days. We don't see these whales often enough and have enough quality time and decent conditions to really get a good sense of what's going on with them. Okay, so now one of the key cultural traditions in these whales is their vocalizations. It's a really important aspect to their culture. And the key thing with the acoustics of these whales is that unlike most mammals, orcas and other cetaceans have the ability to learn and reproduce sounds that they hear. Now, most mammals just simply can't do that. Some primates can do it. We're primates, we can clearly do it. Some bats can have vocal learning or have vocal learning and reproduce sounds that they hear. But it's really just a very small set of mammals that can do this. For example, you could try and teach a cat to bark like a dog. It'll never happen, or vice versa. So it's a rare trait that these animals can actually learn sounds. But what it does is it opens the door to all sorts of different kinds of communication possibilities, as we'll see. Things like dialects, for example, can develop. So each of these ecotypes, resident, bigs, and offshores, they're quite distinct in the sounds that they make. And again, these sounds are transmitted probably from mother to offspring, and also between kin in closely knit groups, for example. And these call types that they make are very stable over time. So they persist for at least over 50 years that we have data for them. So let's just talk about resident killer whale acoustics initially. They're pretty vocal, except for when they're really resting deeply, they get very quiet. Again, the call repertoires, of which there's generally on average about a dozen different stereotype calls in the repertoire of a particular group of residents. They probably learn these from their mother, maybe when they're still in the uterus, because the mother's sound will travel into the little fetus's ears just as easily as if it was a calf on the outside, because sound travels right through their bodies without any problems. So, and so different matrilines and pods develop dialects or have developed dialects in their repertoires of calls. And these dialects seem to be important for group identity and to keep the group together and to coordinate all their activities, especially when different pods travel with others within their community. Their different dialects are used probably to keep them sorted out and get back into their proper group, and the interesting thing is that these dialects also affect the mating patterns of at least the northern resident killer whales, which is a much larger population with over 300 whales now compared to the southern residents. Well, the northern residents studies paternity analysis done mostly by my colleague Lance Barrett-Leonard on the genetic side has shown that males tend to mate with females outside the matriline, outside the pod, with females that have the most distant dialects. So the males, maybe they're attracted to like foreign accents or vice versa, that, maybe a female choice model here. But nonetheless, these dialects seem to be used as an inbreeding prevention mechanism. So you can imagine if you grow up and live with your close kin, you don't want to mate with your close kin because that would lead to inbreeding. So but you want to stay with your close kin because then you can work cooperatively with them and everybody can benefit in terms of natural selection because everybody shares a large proportion of their genes. So this inclusive fitness of the group works really well, but how do you avoid mating with your close kin? Well, these whales have a great trick in that they have these dialects that prevent them from becoming inbred, or at least in most cases. Okay, now I'm going to try and play some here. I hope the audio works. And these are a couple of sonograms or spectrograms, as Kate was showing us earlier. On the top's northern resident, and on the bottom is J-pod, southern resident. The top one's like A clan. So you can see right away, I hope, that with the spectrograms that they're quite different. So let's see if we can listen to the northerns first. Okay, everybody heard that okay? All right, now here's southern resident. Okay, so there's a little bit of a lag there. It makes it tricky, but everybody heard that okay? You can hear the difference? Okay, so now don't get too upset by this because it's a little complicated graph, but basically this is a diagram that shows the relationship between the different dialects of the northern and southern residents. JK&L pod on the right and the northerns, all the other ones. And the ones that the groups that are linked closest have the most closely related dialects. And in the northern resident population, there's 3 totally different groups called clans. And they don't share any sounds, but the sounds within the clan, the pods within the clan, share a lot of their sounds. And so what this does to me, it may well represent sort of a genealogy of these different clans, of these different groups. So if we look at JK&L on the right, that at the top of that sort of tree might be an ancestor to those groups. And then they split into 2 different groups, and those groups split. And what we have today is JK&L sharing sounds, but not as closely related as some of the northerns, which are really hard to tell apart. You can see like the I1, 2, and 18 groups are almost identical in their dialects. So this is like a family tree of all these different groups. So in some sense, we should be able to put a time scale to that if this is true. So at the top there, that's a long time ago, and at the bottom is more or less today. Okay, so how long do these dialects persist for? Well, we've managed to track down some early recordings of some of these groups. This is just a couple of calls that I'm going to play of some of the more common calls of J-pod. So here's call S1, which is a J-pod call recorded a couple of years ago. So can we hear that? I'm not sure. Did anybody hear that? Okay. Let me just try that again. You're going to hear it twice, I think. But okay, this is the same call recorded back in 1960 near Victoria by the Canadian Navy. Here's another common call recorded a couple of years ago, S2 from J-pod. And here it is in 1958. Recorded in Hood Canal by the US Navy. So these calls are still present today, much as they were back in, 60 years ago. And I think that it's very likely that these call repertoires may persist for generations and cultural generations, if you like, which might be the lifespan of a matriarch, which on average might be 60 years. Sometimes they can go for 80 or 90. So they persist for a long time with little change. Okay, big killer whales are quite different. They usually are hunting in silence because they're hunting prey that can hear really well and would be difficult to catch if they hear predators arriving. And so They're acoustically very silent. They rarely make echolocation clicks or calls while they're hunting. But when they kill something and they're eating it, they kind of let their hair down and they talk quite a bit, so to speak. And they get very vocal. And when they are vocal, they don't sound at all like the residents or the offshores. They sound a bit like the killer whales that Kate played earlier today. And they don't have pod-specific dialects because the big killer whales don't really have pods. They have a much more dynamic society where individuals change membership and so on. So there's no opportunity to get a unique set of sounds for a particular lineage, if you like. So pretty much all the big killer whales up to Southeast Alaska and throughout these waters here, all basically sound pretty much the same. They all share the same calls. Offshore killer whales are really vocal as well. But we haven't really tackled their sounds yet. They seem to be highly variable and very complex, much like that dendrogram of all those complicated connections within the offshore killer whale community. So we don't really know much about them yet. So there's a new opportunity for a student to tackle them someday. Now, I just wanted to talk about some of the other cultural traditions beyond the acoustics that these whales have. And before delving into the big cultural traditions, which is their diet, which determines so much. But here's a couple of traditions that are, I think, really interesting. Greeting ceremonies. Now, most of you have probably heard about Southern resident greeting ceremonies, right? And so that's just a picture taken last year by Jeannie Hyde off San Juan Island. And here's a bit of video from my colleague Sheila Thornton at Fisheries and Oceans Canada and her team off the mouth of Juan de Fuca Strait, showing a greeting ceremony where the whales all line up, the two groups that are meeting, and see if we can hear that. There should be sounds in there. A lot of excitement, a lot of calling. The greeting ceremony is kind of a hard thing to photograph and to show, but basically the whales line up and face off with each other, and they all dive and they mingle together. Now, the northern residents really don't do this. Northerns have a different tradition, unrelated to greeting ceremonies, but it's called beach rubbing behavior. And this is a really important behavior for most of the groups of northern residents. And they have a bunch of different traditional rubbing beaches that they use. Some are well known, like in the Robson Bight area and Johnson Strait. Others in other parts of their range, going all the way up towards Southeast Alaska, are used less frequently perhaps, or less well known. But beach rubbing is really an important behavior. The whales during the summer in Johnson Strait will visit those beaches typically every day, and they might rub for half an hour or up to several hours straight. And it seems just to be a pleasurable, recreational or social behavior by these whales. Something this is a tradition that the southern residents just don't seem to have. Big killer whales don't, offshores don't. A few pods up in southern Alaska seem to rub occasionally, but nothing like these guys. So this is a peculiar cultural tradition for the northern residents. So again, this is part of the cultural diversity of these different groups. Now, there's other behaviors that can only be described as being odd or weird or fads, if you like. And one of them is the killing of baby porpoises by southern residents. Now, Deborah Giles and colleagues have just put together a publication on this, documenting all this behavior that's gone on for decades. And it's not a super common thing, but it is a behavior that is very, very rare in other populations. It seems to be really at its most common in the southern residents for whatever reason that nobody really understands. Northern residents, I think, have been seen doing it once, maybe. And of course, they don't eat them. They just kill them and then leave the carcass. So it's kind of a weird behavior. There's other strange southern resident behaviors like salmon carrying or pushing. So back in 1987, all the southern residents seemed to get into carrying salmon around on their heads. So now why? Just when everybody was sort of asking this question, why, they stopped doing it. The next year, nobody was doing it. And for years it didn't happen. Then just a few years ago, they started doing it again. And so, yeah, you can just see this is exactly what they do. It's not necessarily a Chinook salmon, which they like a lot. It could be other species of salmon, but they kill them and push them around. Probably eat them in the end, but it's just a fad. The Northerns have a bit of a fad too. Years ago, all of a sudden, all the males started doing this head ramming. And it's like bighorn sheep, you know, they'll just line up and then swim at each other and go bonk. And then they'll, you know, carry on. And we scratched our heads about this a lot. And it was very common in one summer back, I think in the early 90s. And then just a few years ago, they started doing it again. Again, who knows what it's all about? It's just one of these imponderable fads that these whales seem to engage in. So let's talk now about what's the most important sort of cultural specialization of the different populations, and that's what they eat. So now to study their diet, we've been doing it since the 1970s, trying to figure out what they're eating. Now, this was a technique that Michael Bigg developed, looking for crumbs after their meal, essentially. So with the long-handled swimming pool skimming net, whenever we saw a kill, we'd go over once the whales had cleared the spot and look for crumbs. And typically, if it was a salmon or something like that, we'd get scales in the net. And then, of course, those scales can be used to identify the species and the age of fish and so on. It's like a tree ring to determine how old that fish is. Now, occasionally, of course, we find bigger crumbs like chunks of marine mammals. And back in the day, we would sometimes pick up strange bits of tissue that we really didn't know what it was. We'd look at it and basically chuck it back overboard because we couldn't do anything with it, couldn't figure out what it is. But of course, nowadays, thanks to the miracle of modern DNA techniques, we can key out the species of prey that was there. Another window into their dietary world, of course, was when a dead one would get washed in on shore, like this one. There's Graham Ellis and his partner, Jane Watson, looking for the stomach in this whale up on northern Vancouver Island. And often the whale was sick and the stomachs were empty, but occasionally, you know, you'd strike it rich. And this was old A9, a matriarch that died suddenly up in the northern Vancouver Island area. And her stomach was just jam-packed with bones of Chinook salmon and a few other species like lingcod and a bunch of stuff that was probably in the lingcod's stomach, but basically all fish bones. And then occasionally we'd find another whale that was a very different scene inside the stomach. It was more like a chamber of horrors of, this is whiskers of seals and sea lions and teeth and the trachea or the windpipes of some seals. Basically everything but fish bones. Okay, so it took about a decade, believe it or not, before we started dawning on us that there was something fundamentally different going on here, that you never saw stomachs with a mixture of fish bones and mammal bits. And of course, now we know that these transients, as they were called, which were thought to be outcasts of the social groups of residents and sort of kicked out for whatever reason, but they're fundamentally a different kind of whale with a different culture. So as the scales started coming in, we found predominantly Chinook salmon, which didn't make any sense to us. That top bar is what, 75% of our samples were of Chinook salmon, which didn't make sense because the most abundant species of salmon, which in the summertime when we were doing most of our sampling was sockeye and pink salmon, they're in that other salmonids bar, hardly any there at all. So it's really, Chinook salmon was so important and chum salmon. We thought, well, there's gotta be some bias in this scale sampling technique. It can't be right. And every year we would go back hoping to get sockeye during the sockeye migration, and there'd be sockeye swimming around everywhere, and you'd see the whale take off and kill a salmon. And we'd go and say, yeah, it's sockeye for sure, and pull the scales out, Chinook. So something weird was going on, and it took us a long time before we believed it ourselves, and then we started trying to convince the salmon managers that these animals depend on Chinook salmon. This is their main diet. And nobody believed us. So anyway, fortunately, our colleagues to the south with NOAA started looking, they started sampling at the other end of the whale, basically. We always sampled near the bow, and they sampled from the stern of the whale, which is, so they collected fecal samples, which is now a routine technique. Thanks to modern DNA analysis, you can actually look at the species in the fecal remains, and not just the species, but the relative abundance. And their results largely confirmed that Chinook is really, really important to these whales. So how come? Why do they like Chinook so much? Well, Chinook are big. They're the biggest of all the salmon species. They have the highest lipid content or fat energy content, and they're found in coastal waters year round. So it would make sense to rely on this species from millennia going into the past, that there were lots of Chinook available to support a large population of specialists that would depend on Chinook. And so during the summer, when sockeye and pink salmon might outnumber Chinook 1,000 to 1, for example, there's still enough Chinook, or at least there were historically, to sustain a population of Chinook specialist whales. Now, this may be changing, as we'll see. So why do they specialize so much on Chinook? Sure, they're large, and if human fishermen like going out, and they're always looking for Chinook too, but they'll keep coho and things like that. But and why do killer whales specialize generally? Well, it turns out, here's this old adage that's been around for a few centuries: jack of all trades, master of none. Essentially, that means if you do a lot of things, you don't do any particular one of them particularly well. And so a generalist predator would be a jack of all trades. So you can feed on seals or salmon or whatever and make a living. But if you specialize on one of those types of prey, you can be far more successful at it than if you're just a generalist. So specialists can actually outcompete generalists in that they can be more successful in making a living. But at the same time, it can be a bit of a risky strategy, because if you specialize so much, you lose the ability to feed on other things because you don't know how, and you lose the ability to even recognize them, I think in some cases, as food. Okay, but it was probably a really viable strategy for residents for millennia, where there are huge abundances of large Chinook salmon in big river systems like the Columbia River here. These are what are called June hogs, these really large early run Chinook. And it was a viable technique. It worked really well and sustained residents as Chinook specialists, no doubt, for a long, long time. An interesting thing about salmon predation by residents is that, of course, it's cooperative within the matriline, but that once they catch a salmon, they'll share it routinely within the matriline. And if different matrilines or pods are swimming together, they won't share them across matrilines. They just share them within the matriline with their close kin. And so this is a bit of an underwater video taken with a pole camera off the bow of our research boat a few years ago. Hopefully this will play, showing some prey sharing within a matriline. And basically this is a mom with her offspring, and the mom's got a salmon in her mouth there, and she's basically sharing it with her youngest calf there. And by this means the calf is learning how to taste, or what it tastes like, and what essentially food is. And so you can imagine that if you're living with your close kin all your life, and say things get kind of lean and everybody's hungry, and somebody catches a salmon, you're a big predator and you want that salmon pretty badly, it could lead to conflict within the pod. But by having this tradition of sharing, basically nobody fights over it, it all gets shared within the group. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's this peculiar tight bond between adult males and their mothers. Typically, by the time a male has got his big fin like that, he's over 20 years old, and his mother is going to be 35 plus, and probably at the tail end of her reproductive life. And the male will stick close to her. And why is this so? Well, it's because the matriarch, the mother of the males, preferentially provision their adult sons. So if she catches a fish, she won't share it so much with her daughter and grandkids, she'll share it with her adult son. who's, you know, this big hulking guy, is just waiting for a handout. And so why is she doing that? Well, of course, it turns out that for a female killer whale, it gives birth to her first calf at around, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 years old, and has on average one surviving calf every 5 years. She's only going to have about 4 or 5 calves in her lifetime. And at around 40 years of age, she goes through menopause and becomes post-reproductive for several decades. But so she has a limited reproductive potential, but if she keeps her adult son alive well into his sort of late 20s, 30s, and so on, they're kind of the dominant breeding males in the population, and they can go and mate with lots of different females in the community and end up having far more offspring, which are closely related to the mother, of course. And so this is kind of a strategy how to end up with the most offspring. And it seems to work. Again, more genetic work by our colleagues at NOAA has shown that was a J1 sired at least 16 different offspring in the southern residents, and L41 maybe 20. So that may be an abnormal situation, but anyway. All right, let's talk a bit more about the bigs. Killer whales, they hunt by stealth, as we've already seen. Their diet consists of pretty much all the small marine mammals in the area, especially harbor seals. They're pretty easy to catch. Doesn't take a lot of skill to catch a young, newly weaned harbor seal like this one in the picture here. But other species like Dall's porpoise and sea lions, stellar sea lions, and Pacific white-sided dolphins, they're a little more tricky. So stellar sea lions, it's a large, dangerous animal, and it takes a cooperative group to bludgeon them to death over 1 or 2 hours, and so on. Dall's porpoise, very, very fast. They're hard to catch in that they go quickly, and it's probably an escape strategy for them. The big killer whales get highly motivated when they're chasing them, and eventually, if they're lucky, in about half the cases, they'll actually catch up, and that'll be the end of it. Pacific white-sided dolphins. For many years, we didn't see big killer whales going after these dolphins. They just recently moved into the Salish Sea in the last 20 years or so. And it's like they bewildered the whales. They didn't know what to do with them, but they've finally figured it out, it seems, and that they can catch these speedy dolphins by herding them into shallow bays where they're trapped. This is a bay on the Sunshine Coast of the mainland off Vancouver Island. Same technique with minke whales, where they're very fast, and if they're lucky, they can get them into a dead-end bay, such as Ganges Harbor a few years ago, and they become dinner. Okay, so a lot of skills and cultural knowledge needed to tackle these species, a very different set of skills than the residents with their hunting salmon. Okay, offshore killer whales, foraging specialization, sharks. For many years, we wondered if they might eat sharks because we found their teeth were really flattened. Here's on the left an old female resident A9 with really good teeth. Big killer whale, 33 years old in the middle there, really great teeth. But an offshore killer whale that washed in dead, only 15 years of age, teeth flattened right to the gum line. You can see the black exposed pulp cavities. So we hypothesized that this must, over a few beers, I must say, that these must be sharks that they're eating, because the skin of sharks is like sandpaper and would wear their teeth down. So finally, many years later, we actually caught them doing it finally. Here's a bunch of shark liver floating to the surface off the north end of Haida Gwaii. The first time we caught these offshores eating sharks. Was genetically keyed out as Pacific sleeper shark, which can be a huge species, and they're very deep water. And again, as we suspected, I think it's shark skin that sands their teeth down. So far, we've documented sleeper sharks, blue sharks, spiny dogfish, and salmon sharks in their diet, all again, mostly by genetics from liver bits, because they really like the liver, it's very rich. And often we wonder, what about basking sharks? Now, basking shark, big 30-foot long shark, big swimming liver, you know, they love the liver, they're so full of fat. Maybe this would be a preferred prey item for offshore killer whales. All right, so I now want to talk about the downsides of all these specializations that can take place thanks to human interactions, human activities. So there is a downside to being so specialized. Now, for millennia, killer whales in our part of the world coexisted with First Nations. The indigenous peoples' mythology and art was really focused on these animals. They never hunted them. They were really held in very high esteem. And this, of course, changed dramatically with the arrival of Europeans. Europeans wanted to catch the fish that the fish specialists were competing for them with, and other sorts of interactions. So they started shooting them. We don't know how much, but it probably took a big toll on these whales through just directed shooting because nobody liked them. And it actually in 1960, just north of Campbell River, the Canadian Department of Fisheries had a program to eliminate or drive killer whales away from the area of sports fishing around Campbell River, which was a big deal in those days. Fortunately, the gun was never actually used. The whales didn't show up that summer, and they abandoned the whole program. I don't know if the word got out somehow, or so. But this is kind of the prevailing attitude at the time. And then right after that, there was a great interest in catching these whales, and because these whales, through their cultural traditions, especially the residents, of course, would turn up in predictable times of year and in the summer, or maybe in the winter sometimes in predictable places, they could get caught. This picture is actually taken in 1968 in Pender Harbor on the mainland coast of British Columbia, where whales from A5 pod, a northern resident group that we know still today very well, they got captured in Pender Harbor in 2 years in a row. And because it's a tradition for that one pod out of all the 16 northern residents to go down to that part of the world in the winter. And they're still doing it today. They don't go into Pender Harbor anymore because that, I don't know if there's a memory from 1968, 1969, but this is where Corky came from, who's now still in San Diego at SeaWorld. Anyway. As we've heard, of course, and we realize that Chinook's very, very important to the survival of these animals. It probably worked really well for a long time before we, as humans, started taking a lot of these fish in huge numbers. This is just one example. 1883, over 50 million pounds of Chinook salmon were taken from the Columbia River and Sacramento rivers together. It's just a massive amount of potential resident killer whale food that was removed from the ecosystem. And that overfishing basically has taken place since then. And as a result, we now see that the residents aren't doing so well. Now, if we just look at their population growth since we started IDing them in the early 70s, they were increasing in abundance, northerns in red, southerns in blue, at a fairly healthy rate, probably recovering their numbers from being persecuted, being captured, being shot, and so on. So there was more food out there than they needed. But this started to change quickly in the late 90s, and both populations simultaneously started dropping because of greatly increased mortality rates, greatly decreased reproductive rates. And this coincided with the period of really low Chinook salmon abundance, thanks to some El Nino cycles and overfishing, basically. When Chinook abundance recovered, the northerns started increasing again, whereas the southerns really haven't. They've been just barely holding their own since then. So now, of course, we realize that these historical abundances of Chinook, this is in British Columbia, you can see in blue, historical, recent in sort of red or pink or whatever. Abundance is much lower. This is the Columbia River and other mainland US rivers, Chinook abundance. Again, very, very low compared to historical numbers. And Chinook body size is decreasing too, because we've been selecting the largest Chinook out of the gene pool, if you like. And so overall, the size of the fish has dropped by at least 10% over the last 20 or 30 years. So there's not only fewer of them out there, they're smaller in size. So how come the southerns aren't doing as well as the northerns here? And this has been perplexing us for a long time. We think at least part of the reason is competition for shared food resources. They're all going after Chinook salmon. The northerns are far more abundant now than they were 20, 30 years ago. And because Chinook salmon migrate down the coast from Alaska, basically, to these different river systems, the northerns get the first crack at them, and what the southerns get is at the end of the pipe, if you like, after the northerns have fed a lot on them. So this graph looks at shows in red the number of different river systems that the northern residents are catching Chinook from. The biggest, of course, is the Fraser River, and in blue is the southern residents. So you can see the southerns are feeding from a much smaller variety of different salmon run systems, salmon stocks, mostly the Fraser River. So there's a greater diversity of fish available for the northerns than the southerns. Now, the northerns might be doing better because we've just recently found that they're eating more than just Chinook salmon. This was largely due to the efforts of a good friend and colleague, Brian Gisborne, who some of you might know. He's becoming kind of a West Coast legend. We contract him to go out off the west coast of Vancouver Island in his boat there, a former fish boat. He's a former fisherman. And he'd go out there and sample diets of the different whales, get the scales and so on, take ID shots. An amazing guy. This is just his tracks of effort for 2021 and a bit of 2022. You can see how much he's out there off the west coast of Vancouver Island, off the mouth of Juan de Fuca Strait, looking to see what the whales are doing out there, because we now realize that both southern and northerns really spent a lot of their time out there. And he has come across on quite a few occasions now, groups of northern residents feeding on these things. And he started pulling the scales out, except they weren't scales, they were whole skins of fish and semi-digested heads of fish and so on. And it turns out that they're sablefish or black cod. Now, these are a highly desirable fish because they're high in lipid content like Chinook salmon. They're big, except normally they're really deep and hard to catch. But in certain canyons off the west coast, they come up close to the surface enough for the northerns to be feeding extensively on them. So maybe this is why the northerns are doing better. Southerns, he hasn't seen them doing it to this extent by any means as the northerns out in that area. All right, another reason the southerns are maybe having more problems than the northerns is the population's so small now, and there's inbreeding going on that may be detrimental to the health of the population. So I can't get into the details. Another interesting cultural trait of the northerns is that they sometimes will target commercial and sports fisheries to steal fish, if you like, that are rightfully the humans. So they'll take a Chinook off a line of a sports fisherman, or they'll take halibut and blackfish off of commercial long lines. And this is a dangerous occupation. It does spread within the population. And we know that from some of the pods in Prince William Sound, where one pod started doing it and then it started spreading. It became such a problem. The fishermen were shooting the whales. Quite a few whales were killed. And also they risk getting hooks in their gullets and get infections and so on. So it's a maladaptive trait, if you like, that so far the southern residents don't seem to be doing, but the northerns are doing it out off the southwest corner of Vancouver Island, not far from this where the southerns are. So we hope this cultural trait doesn't spread. Biggs killer whales, they're increasing in abundance too. They've been doing really quite well, and their population was very low to begin with, probably because we took away their food. And this wasn't directly because of course, consuming the seals and sea lions. It was because of conflict with fisheries. So fisheries in Canada and in the US started killing in great numbers harbor seals and sea lions. There was bounty on them. They would machine gun them. This is a recreation of the abundance of harbor seals in British Columbia over the last century. And you can see the numbers going up and down depending on the level of culling. But it all ended in 1970 when there was less than 10% of the historical abundance left of harbor seals, the main prey of Biggs killer whales. And once that ended, harbor seal numbers shot right back up. And so the whales have responded to that really well. So here's population trend of harbor seals in the Salish Sea. You can see their numbers from very low in 1970 increased exponentially through the 80s and 90s. leveled off in the late 90s, and they're still pretty level today. If you look at the cumulative number of different Biggs killer whale individuals using Salish Sea in those same years, you can see that the numbers have increased substantially because there's food for them. And this is an older graph now. We've got another decade, and the numbers of Biggs killer whales, of course, is even higher today. And stellar sea lions are making a great recovery, so they're doing well. What about offshore killer whales? How are they doing? Did we ever mess with their prey? Well, they're mostly eating sharks, so did we? Well, yeah, we did. There was huge fisheries for spiny dogfish back in the 40s for vitamin A from their livers. The fishery really overexploited dogfish to the point that the fishery collapsed. This is just showing how big a fishery it was in the 30s and 40s. And the fish take a long time to recover. So what about basking sharks? Again, we've not seen offshore killer whales going after basking shark, but if I was an offshore killer whale, I would target those guys because they're big, not a dangerous shark. They're a filter feeder. They're huge, lots of big oily livers. So why aren't they taking? Well, we wiped out basking sharks. At least in Canadian waters, there was this dedicated effort to kill them all by ramming them with this one fisheries patrol boat with a special knife blade mounted. Here it is on the left, this knife blade right under the waterline. Whenever they saw a basking shark, they would cut it in two and kill it. And this was to reduce the detrimental effects of these sharks blundering into salmon fishermen's nets. Not because they were dangerous, not because they were eating anything important, but they kept messing up the nets. So the fishermen were all singing the blues, and the fisheries department decided to get rid of them. And they were really good at it to the point that basking sharks, there's only 1 or 2 sightings every year off our coast now. So did we remove unintentionally an important prey resource for offshore killer whales? Well, we may have done so. All right, so in conclusion, these are smart animals. They live in these little populations that have cultural traditions and sometimes peculiarities. They have really specialized foraging focuses in many cases. And again, it's a bit of a mixed blessing in that specialists can be more efficient than generalists, but specialization can reduce their ability to quickly switch gears into focusing on a different prey type. They get sort of in this cultural rut where they keep slavishly looking for, I'm sensing the monkey coming at me here. So they get sort of trapped in this cultural rut, if you like, where it's hard for them to break out of it. So maybe this is why we're seeing that they keep looking for Chinook. They'll eat other things, but maybe not enough to make up the energetic needs that they have. And so through some modeling that Hal Whitehead and I have done, using hypothetical killer whale populations, we can actually see that specialists will do better in the short term, but in the long term, they have greater risk of extinction because of this inability to quickly change, it seems, to changing or to adapt to changing ecological conditions. All right, so human-caused ecosystem changes cause serious problems for these whales for over a century. They're now stable in most cases except southern residents, and they're increasing, but all these populations are small and vulnerable. And hopefully they do have the ability to shift gears and adapt culturally to take on these new challenges that they're being faced with thanks to our activities, our fisheries, our introduction of noise and commotion into their environment. And they're going to need clean and quiet habitats with lots of food to be able to thrive into the future. And so with that, thanks to the pioneers, Mike and Graham and Ken, and my colleagues at the Biological Station and hundreds of friends, and the folks here who put this program together, Waves of Whales, thanks to everybody. And thank you for your commitment.
Thank you so much, John. I'm afraid, and I know I have a bunch, but I'm afraid we don't have time for questions because that was the cost of avoiding the flying monkey. So we are going to take a short break now on target. So I'd like to introduce Elisa Lemire Brooks, who is the head of our Whale Sighting Network program. This is our citizen science program, and offer a thank you to each of you in the audience who have shared sightings with us in the past and will in the future. Also, thanks to Elisa and her team, Rachel Height, Marla Smith, Debbie Stewart, Linda Atkins, and Gail Swigert for doing the work of pulling together all this information into our weekly whale reports and data sets that help to inform some of the research that we'll be hearing about in our panel here in just a moment. So thanks, Lisa. Take it away.
This is a quick 2-minute summary of all of your sightings. And so just want to say thank you. Quick summary. So sightings reports received on all species for 2022. We're still crunching some numbers, but is around 10,800. And as you can see, the breakdown, that includes 2,400 southern resident orca, 5,300 bigs, and on and on. And one of note is a fin whale that we had in Puget Sound, January of last year. Other things that we do here, but the two things I wanted to note that were significant aside from the kind of main data collection that we do is assist during oil spills and track rare species and help with stranding networks. And this past year, as most of you know, there was the oil spill in Haro Strait. So our whale sighting network team delivered updates to DFW every 2 hours, 24/7, not 24/7, daylight hours, every 2 hours, whether there were whales or not. So that was quite an accomplishment, and was glad that we could have reports funneling into us so that we could get those to them. And then also the fin whale that I mentioned we had in Puget Sound last January was rare. And then actually one of the photos that was submitted to our network was used by Jared Towers and team up north to match it to a deceased whale that was found in Pender Harbor. So that was an exciting time and a sad ending. And then these next two slides are orca only sightings that our board member Deb Stewart put together. It's a more comprehensive report, but a couple of slides here from that. So nearly 2,000 unique reporting parties. So you can see how many people are reporting and the engagement, which is really awesome. Really can't thank everybody enough. And then we have some super spotters, and those are people that send in 25 or more observations. And then this next slide, by month, a breakdown of the species and total by month. And a significant thing here is that our team is vetting all reports that come into us, and you can see 98% of them we can verify the ecotype. So want to thank you all, and that's it. Thanks.
Thanks again, Elisa. So many of us here today are here at least in part because of our deep love and concern for the southern resident killer whale population in particular. There are many different researchers, biologists, and agencies who are working on behalf of southern resident killer whale issues. And in a perfect world, we'd have time and space to hear from all of them. The panel that we've assembled today represents a diverse cross-section of the current research on this precious population. And I am humbled to introduce some of the luminaries of orca research whose work I've followed and admired for many years. Please join me in welcoming Monica Weiland Shields from the Orca Behavior Institute, Michael Weiss from Center for Whale Research, who will be joining us via Zoom from the UK, where it's very late. And for that reason, Dave Elefreet will be here for the Q&A portion of the panel on their behalf. Joe Gatos from Sea Doc Society, Kim Parsons from NOAA Fisheries, Linda Rhodes from NOAA Fisheries, Deborah Giles from Wild Orca with Iba the whale dog, by the way. And we're going to begin with Kim Parsons from NOAA Fisheries. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here today.
Okay, thank you so much to Susan and Howie and everyone else at Orca Network for the opportunity to speak today. It's really exciting to have an opportunity to engage with everyone in person again. and to talk about whales. What's better than that? So yeah, I lead the molecular genetics group at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, which is one of the NOAA fisheries labs in Seattle, Washington. And we have a group there that's worked on the southern resident killer whales since about 2005, I think. And so I'm going to take a little bit of time this afternoon to go over a few of the highlights of our research and what we're actually doing with some of the fecal samples that John mentioned in his talk, and hopefully give you a few insights there. I also want to just highlight at the outset that this kind of work takes a village. It takes a huge community of folks, and I probably haven't listed everyone here, but we have an amazing suite of scientists and community and collaborators who all work together to make this kind of research possible. And I just want to acknowledge that this is a large group effort. So southern resident killer whales is what we're all here talking about today. And one of the things we know from the research that's been conducted on the southern residents, starting back with the work that Ken Balcom and John Ford and others started many years before I even joined, was what are some of the factors that are affecting this population, and what's happening with the population? And through that research, they identified 3 key factors that we were concerned about, and we're dedicated a considerable amount of research effort to try and understand what these factors are and how they're affecting the population, and what can we do to help support the health and longevity of the southern resident killer whales. And the 3 factors that we've been focusing on really are, contaminants and toxic pollutants, prey, and making sure they have enough to sustain themselves, and the kind of disturbance that they receive in their environment due to acoustic and presence of boats and noise, other anthropogenic factors, et cetera. And to address some of these questions, we've been focusing quite a bit of our research on prey, and the work that I've done to contribute to the southern resident killer whales has a lot of that in recent years has been focused on a better understanding of what they eat and who they are and where they are. And as John mentioned, getting clues to what killer whales are feeding on can be really challenging. And we can learn a lot about the health of individual whales from dead animals, from looking at stomach contents. But finding those dead animals and finding a dead animal with a stomach full of bits from its prey is really challenging, and we only get a handful of samples. And sometimes you're lucky enough to see what the animals are eating if they're wearing a fish on their face, or as in the case of this whale, a lovely chunk of gray whale. But we need more clues than that. And so we started collecting whale poop. And so we were collecting the scales and the prey bits following the protocols that John and Graham developed. And some of the work that I was doing on other species in other parts of the world, we were collecting feces. And we found that the fecal samples from dolphins and whales hold a treasure trove of information. And so we started applying that to the southern resident killer whales. And we know from other studies of other wildlife species that fecal samples can be used to identify what they're feeding on. It can tell us about the population of the animals that produce the poop. We can learn about the hormones, the sex of the individual, who pooped, and more. And some of these tools that we have now at our disposal are really helping to just push the boundaries constantly about the amount of information and the level of detail from these fecal samples. And so this is just a smattering of things that we can learn from fecal samples that give us clues into that individual health and fitness. And I love this image because it really talks about like next gen natural history. Back in the day, we were taking pictures only and we were just observing with our eyes. And now we have all this new technology that is constantly evolving and developing, and we can really use it to our advantage. And one of these things is the field that I'm involved in as a molecular geneticist, and using tools that previously weren't accessible to us and were kind of too expensive for us to use for non-human subjects. And now we can use these because things have been democratized, and we can actually leverage these tools to address questions that are relevant to conserving and managing the species that we're interested in. So how do we use DNA to look at the diet of killer whales and other cetaceans? Well, we use molecular genetics, and that's the lab that I come from, and that's the toolkit that I use, and that toolkit is always growing. And as I mentioned, we collect fecal samples. We follow behind the whales and collect the fecal samples from southern resident killer whales as well as other killer whale populations so that we have some comparisons. And molecular scatology, as some folks call it, can tell us the who, the what, and the where. So we know where we collected the fecal sample. We can look at who fed on what prey. And we use molecular markers that are specific to killer whales, and we can take each fecal sample and compare the individual genotypes that we generate for that particular fecal sample to biopsy samples that we collected from known whales, and we can piece it all together. And sometimes even if we don't have a biopsy sample from that whale, if we have a sample from its mother and its father, we can deduce who that individual is through this kind of maternity and paternity exclusion. So there's a lot of power in knowing who was feeding on each sample that we're looking at. And prey metabarcoding is something that we've been using for quite a few years now, and we've applied this to a number of different species. And southern residents, it's really opened our eyes, because getting beyond the point of looking at what a whale fed on at that particular moment through scale and tissue samples, we can look at all the different species that are in its gut at one time and get a good sense of which species were there and also in what relative quantities. So each fecal sample contains cells from the host, the whale, as well as all the different prey that it's fed on. And we extract the DNA from this fecal sample and apply markers that allow us to generate sequence data, and we generate millions of sequences per fecal sample. And then we compare those sequences to known sequences. It's like our reference library. And we look against that library and we compare it to what we got from the fecal sample and say, wow, so like 97% of the sequences that we recovered and generated from a particular fecal sample were Chinook salmon, and 3% were something else. So it's really given us the power to get as much information as possible from these samples that are so valuable to us. So some of the work that we've done at the Northwest Center, we've been collecting hundreds of samples since about 2006. And this is some data that was published in 2016, where you can see each of those dots represents a fecal sample. And the curves show the relative abundance based on estimates for that particular salmon species at that particular time from fisheries estimates. And then you've got it for the different years. So we're able to generate sequence data and compare it to relative abundances so we can look and see what they're feeding on, what was there, how does that compare? And it gives us some more insight into how whales are choosing what they're feeding on and how they're specializing on those prey preferences. And as John mentioned, the fecal data really supported the information that they had already generated from collecting these prey remains. So we knew that the scale samples suggested they were preferentially feeding on Chinook, even though there were a lot of pink and sockeye around. And that's exactly what we were seeing from the fecal samples. And then other times a year, we're seeing shifts. So we're getting these kind of seasonal patterns by collecting samples throughout the year. And then as our database, our freezer collection full of whale poop has grown over the years, we've been able to expand both the time series and the spatial scale. So we go in new areas, we collaborate with additional scientists and collect samples in different areas, and we can see new species popping up and see these patterns that change through the seasons. And this is really interesting because we're comparing it now to prey preferences in other populations. So we're collaborating with our friends up in Alaska who collect samples from the resident killer whales up there, and we can look and see what they're feeding on in different areas at the same time. And beyond species, now we're moving into an era of looking at what stocks these animals are feeding on. Because of course, if we want to be able to support the killer whales, we need to be able to understand that we're managing salmon at the level of a stock, not a species. And so we're developing methods now that allow us to assign these to individual stocks so we can see that kind of resolution. And I just wanted to wrap up with a couple of notes about additional indicators of health that we're looking at through the fecal samples. And we're collaborating with friends at Stanford University to look at indicators of individual health by looking at the gut microbiome, which we know is intimately tied to a lot of different health factors and immune factors and hormones and gut absorption. And we've looked at animal models for exploring the microbiome. I'm in fear of the flying monkey. I think it's coming soon. But I just wanted to highlight that we've been diving into all these fecal samples. We've nailed it down to the level of the individual through our individual ID. And so now we have this lovely time series for individual whales where we have fecal samples spanning multiple years, multiple pods. And we're able to characterize kind of a core microbiome for killer whales and compare it to northern residents and southern residents and look for those things that are unique to the southern resident killer whales and try and identify factors that may indicate health issues with the southern residents, which gives us a little bit more insight into what's happening inside and how their health is. And so with that, I'll just end with that DNA in fecal samples is really a key for a lot of us to unlocking some of the questions that we have about the health and prey preferences of southern resident killer whales. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And now we're going to be hearing from Michael Weiss from the Center for Whale Research.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? All right. I don't know if I am audible yet, but
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Excellent. Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the research director at the Center for Whale Research. Let me just share my screen here. Like was said earlier, I'm currently in the UK, so apologies for not being there in person, but I'm really happy to be able to talk to you all today about some of the work we at the Center for Whale Research, along with my colleague Dave, who's there with you in person, have been working on and really focusing on how our research is looking at linking fitness and sociality in killer whales, along with a lot of other stuff, but that's what I'd like to highlight today. So at the Center for Whale Research, we really kind of have two major streams of research at the moment. We have the long-term census through photo ID that obviously was started way back with Ken. And we also have some newer data collection we've been doing using unmanned, unoccupied aerial systems to look at direct behavioral interactions and foraging in the southern residents, as well as the Biggs killer whales. So I'm going to kind of talk about two new pieces of research that we've been doing in both of these streams, both along the theme of how social relationships actually really are quite important for shaping the fitness of our southern residents. So obviously I'll start with the census data, with the long-term photo ID census data. This is just that time series I'm sure we're all very familiar with of southern resident abundance. But we get a lot more than just this count from the census. We get a lot of information about patterns of survival and reproduction at an individual level, and we can start looking at what the predictors at an individual level are of survival and reproduction through this detailed photo ID data set. So obviously one of the key features of southern resident killer whale social structure is this matrilineal society where kids stay with their moms, both males and females, throughout their entire life. Something we've found that's kind of been known, but we've quantified quite recently, is that it's not the same for males and females. Male killer whales maintain a much stronger social bond with their moms over age. This is just a plot of kind of the probability that a male or a female will continue having a strong social bond. That means they're spending a lot of time, not just in the same group, but right next to mom with age. And how that plays out in terms of fitness, again, we've known this for about a decade, is that when a female killer whale dies, if she has a son, that son is also more likely to die within the next few years. And this is also true of females, but not quite as much. Males are really, really dependent on their mom being around to stay alive. This is one of those social effects on survival we've known for quite some time. What we hadn't known up until this point is really whether this was costly for the mom. So what is the effect of provisioning the son, of keeping the son alive on the mom's reproduction or survival? But we're going to look at reproduction. I'm going to show you some new results. I'm going to ask that nobody tweet them out because they're actually going to be published in about 3 weeks. And the publisher will probably get angry at me if people are putting it on Twitter. So we've been able to use this long-term data set to actually look at how having a son or a daughter affects a female killer whale's likelihood of reproducing in the future. And what we find is that females who have a daughter reproduce at about the same rate as females who have no offspring, controlling for their age. But females with surviving sons are actually much less likely to reproduce. We estimate they're actually maybe less than half as likely to reproduce in any given year as a female without that son. And this isn't just about caring for really young sons. This isn't just about, a lactation cost. We can actually look at how this changes across the son's age. And we're actually able to show that no matter how old your son is, they're costly to the mom's reproductive capability. So even if your son is 18 years old, you're still caring for him. You're still less likely to reproduce in any given year. So this is quite new research. It's quite unusual in any animal, kind of lifetime investment in their offspring. And it really drives home to me kind of just two things, how important sociality is to the lives and survival of these killer whales and their understanding their fitness, but also kind of the power we still get out of this long-term photo ID project. This could be potentially at a population level quite important. At least the adult sex ratio of the population has been tending towards more males. So up on this graph means more males, lower would mean more females. So we still need to do some modeling to see what the consequences of this are for the population going forward, but there's definitely some potential concern there. So then I'll very quickly go to the drone side. So one of the questions we then have is, we're seeing these survival benefits and these reproductive costs. Where do they come from? Like on a very basic level, how are animals being benefited by each other or being costly to each other? There's a lot of ways this can happen, but one of the main ways we think it's happening is through prey sharing. So I hope this video is coming through okay on your end. This is the J19 Matroline. Swimming along just a ways off of Limekiln. And that's J19 entering from the top, and she has a salmon in her mouth, and she's gonna break that up and share it with the rest of her, with her daughter and her grandkids. So prey sharing within matrilines is pretty well established. We have really good data from the northern residents that this is quite a common thing. But something we see in the southern residents that I've been finding quite interesting from the drone work is actually quite a bit of cross matriline sharing. So this is J53 just earlier this year chasing a salmon north of San Juan Island. And she'll chase it for a little bit. I'm worried I'm going to go over time, so I'm gonna speed ahead a little bit. She'll chase it for a bit, and then actually another whale comes in. Now that whale that just came in and caught it, that's J40. That is another J-pod whale, but it's not a close relative of J53s at all. They're not, as far as we know, very closely related. But J40 is still going to break that fish in half and actually share half of it with J53. I find this really interesting, especially as a comparison with the northern residents. This is also really preliminary data. We haven't done a ton of analysis of this yet. We're actually still collecting data for this project. But on the right, that's a prey sharing network. So each of those dots is a whale. The green dots are males, the blue dots are females. Lines between them go from a whale to a whale they've shared with. And they're organized in matrilines, right? So these little bubbles represent whales in the same matriline. The thing that strikes me is how much cross matriline sharing there is. And actually, when we look at the data we've collected so far, most of the prey sharing we've seen has been between whales of different matrilines. There is a positive effect of kinship on the probability of sharing prey, but it's not that high. And there also are these effects, younger whales are more likely to receive prey sharing and females are more likely to give it. So to me, it seems clear at this point, there's something quite different going on in the southern residents in how they structure their prey sharing networks than in the northerns. And I think I'm hypothesizing at this point, along with my colleagues here in Exeter, which is where I'm at the moment, that it has something to do with how social relationships are structured in the population. You see, this might be an unusual perspective for folks, but anybody who's watched Southern Residents long enough will know this kind of scene where you just have a few different matrilines really lazily hanging out, spending a lot of time just enjoying each other's company in what is very scientifically called a cuddle puddle. And we can look at those kinds of behaviors too, these affiliative social contacts, and we see they are structured by matriline as well, but there's a lot of variation in social relationships within pods that's not just explained by kinship. So understanding what drives those relationships is going to be important in understanding how individuals form these relationships that get them food, essentially, that help them survive better. And one of the things we know ultimately that does affect social relationships in killer whales is actually prey abundance. The more abundant food there is, the tighter the social connections get, the more connected the social network is, and potentially the more opportunities for cooperation and prey sharing there will be. So with that, I'll very hastily say thank you for listening. I will try to stick around for the Q&A. If you see me passed out in my chair, I'm sure Cindy will send me an angry text. This is a huge collaborative effort across a bunch of different organizations and a bunch of different researchers helping with this. So thanks a lot for listening and good talking to you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next panelist is Monica Weiland-Shields.
All right. My name is Monica Weiland-Shields, and I'm the co-founder and director of the Orca Behavior Institute based up on San Juan Island. And when we first started talking about forming as a research organization, it was in 2013, and it was the first year we noticed a really dramatic shift in the summer presence of the southern residents up around the San Juan Islands. They just weren't around like they used to be. And that was one of the motivating questions for us in starting our work. And one aspect of the research that we do is long-term and daily throughout the year tracking of southern resident presence in inland waters. And so I want to share with you today some of those recent numbers and what we've seen. Can get this to advance here. There we go. So our first paper that we published in 2018 was looking at specifically the spring decline of southern residents in the Salish Sea. So noticing on the right graph there, this dramatic drop off in the number of days that southern residents were in inland waters in the months of April through June. And that was directly linked to the graph on the left, which shows a decline in the spring Chinook returning to the Fraser River. And so it makes sense that they're going to go where the food is, and as their presence within the Salish Sea shifts over time, that's telling us important information about where they're going, what they're feeding on, and how we can best protect them with how they're behaving at this point in time. But before we go into the most recent data, I just want to put this in context of some of the historical data. So this is from the Whale Museum's Orca Master data set going back to the mid-1970s, showing the monthly presence of each pod in the Salish Sea. And I just want to highlight two things in particular. One is that you'll notice after the year 2000, we started seeing this new pattern of all three pods spending kind of the October to January timeframe in inland waters, whereas prior to that, it was mostly just J-pod. Whether or not that's linked to the interesting Dyes Inlet incident that happened in the late 90s is up for speculation, but you can see that there was sort of a Salish Sea habitat usage shift around the year 2000. And then the other thing that shows up in this data set is for the first time since 1978, there was documented absence of southern residents entirely in one of the months of the year. We saw that in April 2009 and April 2014. So this next slide shows a continuation of that table covering the last 5 years. And what you can really see here is that trend of all three pods being around from late summer through the winter is something that continues. But that spring decline has really continued and really kind of gotten worse in the sense of their presence in the Salish Sea, because we've now had, within the last 5 years, our first May, June, and August without southern residents present. And July is only not up there because I think there was 1 year where they showed up for kind of 2 days right at the end of the month. But really, this captures kind of on pod level scale what we're seeing, but if you look at it just in terms of pod presence and absence, it can still look like the southern residents are here throughout a great portion of the year, with the exception of those spring months where we've really seen that strong decline. So let's look at these last 5 years by each pod in terms of the number of days that they're present over the course of the year. And J-pod is showing a pattern that we've gotten pretty used to. They're still the most resident of all three pods in terms of the amount of days they're spending in the Salish Sea. And although this has gone down from historic numbers, they're still averaging over the last 5 years about 118 days per year in the Salish Sea. But if you look at K-pod and L-pod, you can see they're basically absent for the first half of the year. We get a little spike in the fall, especially in September, but really they're not spending much time here at all. So how do these days present compare to historic numbers if we're looking at number of days? Well, to do this, the historic data set is really focused on the central Salish Sea specifically. So the data that we're tracking at the Orca Behavior Institute is basically everywhere east of Otter Point in the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and that's where we've had really consistent sightings being reported. But when I'm talking about the central Salish Sea specifically, I'm talking not Puget Sound, so everywhere north of there, and sort of drawing an imaginary line between Vancouver and Nanaimo and south of there. So this whole region is what I'm talking about when I talk about the central Salish Sea. And looking back 20 years ago at the average presence of the southern residents from 2001 to 2005, you can see this pattern where we would always talk about April through September being the months where the whales are most present. It kind of drops off in the winter months when all three pods tend to be foraging elsewhere. But what we're seeing now over the last 5 years is, again, this dramatic drop in the spring months that's now beginning to extend into the summer months as well, with July, August, and September also dropping off. So again, looking at just the central Salish Sea only, 20 years ago, the community as a whole was averaging about 178 days in the central Salish Sea, and that's dropped in half over the last 2 decades, where we're seeing them just here an average of about 90 days over the course of the year. So taking a look at 2022 only, this is the central Salish Sea line for all the southern residents in 2022. Not really sure what's going on with that sort of bi-monthly spiking in the second half of the year, but we'll see if that pattern holds up. But 107 days in that central Salish Sea. If we include everything north of Vancouver and Nanaimo, the central northern Strait of Georgia, as well as Puget Sound, we see the number or the line, it goes up just a little bit, especially in the October to December months, which is when they're down in Puget Sound a lot, feeding on the chum salmon. But something that we've started tracking this year is what we're calling speculated days in the Salish Sea. So in the summertime, we're pretty confident that if the southern residents are here, they're seen or heard by somebody anywhere. And so we have an accurate measure of the number of days that they're present during those summer months. But in the winter, especially when J-Pod's the only one here, they're spending a lot of time up in the northern Strait of Georgia. They can go undetected for a couple days at a time. So if we see J-Pod go north past East Point on a Monday, and they come back down past East Point on a Wednesday, a speculated day would be the Tuesday, where we know they were probably up in the Strait of Georgia, but just weren't reported on some, January afternoon. So looking at the 2022 speculated days, you can see that huge spike in the winter where we suspect J-Pod is here a lot more than they're being reported based on their travel patterns. And again, this is the 20 years ago sort of average line. We've seen almost a complete flip of when and how they're utilizing the Salish Sea, where those April through September months are now the lowest months that they're here, and the October through March are the months that the southern residents are utilizing the Salish Sea the most. So just to put this on a map, we don't quite have our annual 2022 maps yet, so this is 2021. It includes some of the sightings at the western Strait of Juan de Fuca, but focusing on the inland Salish Sea, with each color representing a different season. This is how much the southern residents were present. It was actually the lowest year on record for their annual presence, with just 103 days of them being confirmed in the Salish Sea. And compare that to Bigg's killer whales. They were present in 2021 in 329 days confirmed, which is our highest annual total on record. And so again, we just have this incredible story playing out here between these two populations where they're sharing the same overall physical habitat, they're exposed to the same vessel effects and the same toxins, but we're seeing what happens when those prey sources are going in opposite directions. It's dramatically affecting how they're utilizing the Salish Sea habitat and how it's impacting both those population trajectories. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Our next panelist is Deborah Giles. And she is accompanied by the internationally famous Iba the whale dog.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Who has the monkey? Okay. I will not be getting the monkey because my presentation is quite short. I'm really excited to be here. I wish I had some findings for you. I did talk to our new lab yesterday. Our samples have been, 3 of our 4 tests have been accomplished and finished for 2020 or 2022 samples, but the interpretation is not done yet. But that's part of what I want to talk about. I'm here just to say hi in person, give all of us a chance to, give Iba a chance to see everybody, and just give you a very quick update on our whale scat project, formerly called Whale Scat Project at the University of Washington under Dr. Wasser, now renamed the Southern Resident Killer Whale Health Monitoring Program under Wild Orca. So my research partner and husband, Jim, said, don't spend a lot of time talking about the boat. People don't care about the boat. But I actually love this boat, and I do want to take just a moment to talk about this boat because this really was a game changer for us in so many different reasons, for so many different reasons. On the back of this, on the back of the boat in this picture, you can see what we call our wet lab. And that has given us an opportunity to collect samples and then get right back on the water while somebody is in the back analyzing the samples. The team can get right back with whales and not lose any time. Whereas before, because of the nature of the boat and just the way that it was formatted, we had to really, really slow down and take a lot of time to process the sample. And sometimes we would be 45 minutes or an hour behind the whales at that time. So this boat has allowed us to stay with the whales for a lot longer. Not only that, it's it's a nimble boat, it's a fast boat, so it can get us farther faster, which means that we can get with the whales more often and also stay with them for longer. So this boat is called China, named after our former dog, who lived to be 14 and a half. So we wanted to go with the naming what do I want to say, like common thing of naming boats after dogs. So this is Chena. So Wild Orca, our mission is not a small one, to translate science into action to save southern resident killer whales from extinction. And we do this by our conservation research, which is the on-the-water research, collecting the fecal samples, and collaborating with other research groups like CDOC Society and the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance and the Center for Whale Research to do some other sort of monitoring. Also taking that information and making sure that we're putting it in the hands of the public and policymakers. So if you haven't had a chance to stop by our booth out front, we've got a really nice graphic, really step-by-step how we accomplish this. And then strategic advocacy. So we're one of the groups that actively meet with our elected officials to make sure that they have the most available science. And we readily offer our opinions about how what we need to be doing to recover this population, the fish they rely on, and the ecosystems that we all rely on. So again, Ugo, where would we be without Ugo? I'm serious. I think we've all used a graphic from Ugo, so thank you. We do, EBA is trained on big killer whales, southern resident fish-eating killer whales, and humpback whales so far. Cindy and I have our evil plan to get down here and collect gray whale feces. With the help of Michael Weiss and a drone a couple years ago, we actually did see 2 minke whales pooping, but that is not an easy task. It's basically just a big nothingness. You can tell they're pooping because you can see the water moving, but there's nothing there. It's very watery and diffuse, but we'll keep trying. So our study area, when we moved to the program to Wild Orca, we did extend our range all the way down to Monterey. So at some point, if southern residents end up down there, I do have a colleague with a boat. And if they're spending any amount of time, we actually could get down there pretty quickly and collect feces down there, which would be, of course, amazing. We will continue to use our amazing superpower dog, Eba, and at some point here, we'll be training up a second dog to non-invasively be able to collect these fecal samples. So utilizing a scent detection dog allows us to stay 2 or 3 or 4 times farther away from the whales than other programs have to get in order to get that sample. So we don't tend to do fluke follows. We do distant follows to the side and behind the whales using EBA. And I mentioned before, our new lab is the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. They are most well known for the recovery of California condors, also black-footed ferret, doing some amazing work on rhinos. And with colleagues down there, both in the genetics lab, there's two labs there. We, as I mentioned, are able to get these samples of what we're calling moving kind of from an academic time frame into an actionable time frame. So we already have our 2022 samples analyzed, and we just will have that available, that information available in white paper form on a regular basis, kind of end of the year or beginning of the next year, so that we can really be putting real-time information into the hands of policymakers. So that's about all I have. If you're interested in learning more, what you can do, learn more about Wild Orca, go to our website, wildorca.org. Also, if you can, take some time to check out our action guide. I also wanted to give a shout out to Kim. I've lost you in the crowd, but Kim Parsons at NOAA has been really generous with her time, expertise, and information to make sure that my new lab has the information that they need to do this work quickly. And then I will always be thankful for Dr. Wasser for being the brain behind this idea of utilizing scent detection dogs on the front of a boat so that we can do this work non-invasively. A huge shout out to my crew and our volunteers. We absolutely could not do this work without our volunteers. Several of these folks are in the audience and watching. And then our sponsors, the Rose Foundation and Dawkins Charitable Trust. How did I do, time-wise?
Thanks so much, Giles. Our next panelist is Linda Rhodes.
Well, thank you very much for attending today. Okay, great, thank you. And this is just a quick slide to acknowledge that all the people who are involved in the laboratory work, as well as providing samples for analysis. I'm a microbiologist. I'm not a marine mammal person or anything like that. So you're going to get a little bit of a discussion from the microbiologist perspective. So every organism on the earth, multicellular organism, people all the way to killer whales, if you look at them very closely, there's a host of microorganisms on their surfaces, both inside and outside. Basically, we are ecosystems for these microorganisms. And if you think about the surfaces that they occupy, like gastrointestinal tract or skin or any of the openings, those are habitats. So as a microbiologist, that's how I look at these large organisms. What are microbiomes? They're basically communities of microorganisms, and they range from being beneficial to benign to harmful. That is that they, of course, the harmful ones get all the attention, as we've been finding out lately. But the beneficial ones have a lot of roles. And so on the right-hand side are different kinds of jobs that microorganisms do in human beings, like helping with bile metabolism, which is essential for lipid uptake, and generating these short-chain fatty acids that are involved in signaling, making vitamins. They regulate the pH of your skin. They can actually induce other microorganisms to produce weapons to kill other microorganisms. There's a lot of warfare that goes on in the microbiome among those participants. And they can also suppress other pathogenic bacteria. But when the host's condition changes in some way, like immunosuppression, a microbe that is beneficial or benign can actually now become harmful. So that's something to keep in mind. Pathogens are not necessarily just sitting out there waiting to attack a host. Sometimes they're already there, and then the conditions change, and it's kind of like a sleeper cell. All of a sudden, something changes and they become harmful. So for years, for over 150 years, detecting microbes has relied on culture-based systems, and these are the tried and true methods that your laboratory at the hospital or veterinary clinic or your water quality people doing the analysis, they rely on these time-true methods to identify specific microorganisms. But the culture-based methods only detect a tiny fraction of everybody who's present. As Kim mentioned, there are new technologies coming on board that are often nucleic acid based. And these new technologies now are allowing us to look at the broader community of microbes that are present on the surfaces of organisms. So we really have humans to thank for this. This is where human research has really provided a lot of the tools and a lot of the analytical capabilities and interpretation. And that's been the NIH's Human Microbiome Project that started up in 2007. It's now moved from looking at healthy humans and moved more into specific diseases like inflammatory bowel syndrome or prediabetes. But again, we're really resting on all that human biomedical research for a lot of the tools that we're trying to apply to these killer whales. And I heard a talk by David Roman back in 2011 talking about, he's one of the founders of the project. And I reached out to him and said, we didn't have the capability to do any gastrointestinal microbiome, but he certainly did. And so as Kim mentioned again, they're probably the best lab in the country to be doing that kind of analysis. And you can see how long it takes from 2011 to now for even a top-notch lab to come up with interpretable results for these samples. What I'm going to talk to you about, though, is about mucus, respiratory, and skin microbiomes, and developing that capability at NOAA Fisheries, and also DFO is now spinning up their capabilities. So the tissues that I've focused on, or that we've focused on, have been breath, mucus, and skin. And this is a plot of mucus. Well, actually, it's a plot of both. The top center one shows red dots, green dots, and blue dots. Each dot represents a sample, and the farther two dots are away from each other, the more different they are in their microbial community. So it's a real nice, quick way to look and see that the red dots, which are the mucus samples, are very different in their community structure from the green dots, which are the blue, or which are the breath samples, and the blue dots are seawater. So one of the good things that came out of the work we've done so far is it turns out seawater is very distinguishable from any of the samples we get from killer whale, which was really a concern when you think about a sample that's been floating around on the surface of the water, or like in the case of the exhaled breath, there's probably some seawater getting blown up in that breath as well. The plot on the left, which now goes down to the phylum level, again, it's a similar kind of plot, but there, the bigger the dot, the more abundant for that sample a particular taxon is present. I don't expect you to understand it, but what you're seeing is in the top left corner, there you can see that that particular phylum is prevalent in all three kinds of samples, and whereas down at the bottom, you'll see that those two phyla are only really prevalent in seawater. So this gives us a real sense of what the distribution is taxonomically for some of these bacteria, but it also tells you, it just allows you to use a bacterial or archaeal community as kind of an identifier for a particular sample. If you go one step further and the lower right plot, which is just a bar plot of some of the families that we found in there, as you get progressively to higher taxonomic levels, you do tend to lose data because there are a lot of sequences we have that we cannot assign to a taxa. But one of the things that was interesting to get down to that family level is that we started seeing some families that maybe a veterinarian might say, I think we have a pathogen here. But the reality that we're seeing, and that's where that little red circle and the arrow pointing to it, those are mycoplasma. And a veterinarian's perspective, a mycoplasma is potentially a pathogen problem. But what we're seeing in these samples is it may be actually part of the normal microbiome in mucus samples. So you start to uncover some of this kind of information. It's hard to interpret. You don't necessarily have a lot of samples, but you're starting to see that maybe it will help us interpret information when we get to trying to attach a clinical significance to it. So here are some, now this is a similar plot to, I think somebody else was showing a classification plot. This plot shows the similarity of two samples to each other. So you see the axis on the left-hand side goes from 0 similarity to 100% similarity. And from this, the seawater has very little similarity to all the exhaled breath samples that were collected. But you'll see that J50 and the samples that we got from J50, the little whale that died or disappeared in 2018, and we were able to get those breath samples a month before she disappeared, actually has pretty good similarity to a transient killer whale, which I think is one that has scoliosis and may depend upon its family to feed it. Oh, Dave's nodding, thank you. So that's kind of an intriguing idea that there's some kind of microbial community similarity between these two individuals. We don't know what it means, and we're just looking at community structure similarity as a measure of, of the status of the animal. We also had samples from other killer whale, some of who passed away quite a long time after we collected the samples. But again, you can see we didn't have very many samples at that time. So we started thinking about how can we get more reliable breath sampling. Right now, or not right now, but we originated with Pete Schrader, who actually pioneered the method of using Petri dishes clamped onto a pole and waving that through the plume. And that's a pretty good method, but it means you got to get close by and you don't get very many opportunities. But looking at drones as a potential way of collecting more reliably and maybe less intrusively, we worked with the SeaWorld, and these are samples that were collected from SeaWorld's animals under very controlled conditions. So the red dots or the red triangles are samples that were collected from killer whale, just holding the Petri dish over the blowhole. It's a handheld measure. And you see, even when you can get close, you do get quite a bit of variation from sample to sample. The ones that are in green in the middle are pole collected methods. And then the ones in blue are the ones sampled from the drone. And you see there's overlap and there's a lot of variation, but that pole-based method is pretty reliable and has pretty tight clustering, which means we've got good reproducibility. But we do want to improve the drone sampling. And one thing I do want to point out, it's a little hard to see, but there's pool water samples, control samples in there, and you'll see that there are stars that are in the middle. And what's really interesting to me, and what perked me up when John Ford, or no, the Howard was talking about Tokate, you see those pool water samples are right in the middle of our sampling, whereas whenever they're collections from wild orca or killer whales and seawater, they're way far apart from each other, which suggests that maybe these breath microbiomes really look a lot more like pool water as opposed to wild animals that have their own microbiome profile. So there's clearly not the same conditions between being in a pool and not being in a pool. And so in 2021, able to actually have some samples that were collected by drone. The boxes just show that samples from J38, J39 were not statistically significant from each other in terms of the bacterial composition. And there were also a few transients in there as well. Hard to interpret with such few numbers, but this is where getting more samples would really help us start to see some clear trends. And then I'm going to go quickly to skin. One of the things we've been trying to do is exploit the use of the suction cup acoustic tags so that when they're released, we've been asking people to swab those tags and do a seawater sample. And we've been analyzing those because we know there's some skin stuck to that and probably some associated bacteria. Again, that's what these samples are from. And you see on the left-hand side, the same kind of plot where the blue samples are from northern residents, the pink ones are from southerns, and then the cyan seawater square boxes. And even with the suction cups floating around in the ocean for who knows how long, and you do a swab afterward, there's pretty good separation between the seawater samples and those biological samples, which is really quite encouraging to be able to get something out of almost nothing. And then looking at the genera that were present, of course, you're always looking to see, is there a difference between the northerns and the southerns? And we did see differences, three genera that were more abundant in the southerns and 8 that were more abundant in the northerns. And then we did have skin samples from the last biopsies collected from southern residents in 2016, and that's what the data that you're looking at here. Again, this is similar to the one we had with the breath samples. J28, we got a biopsy sample from her a month before she disappeared. And you'll see that she's way off to one side, that all the way over to the left-hand side, and quite different from some of the other samples from the other animals. Again, not very many samples, but I think there's some promise here in being able to use some of these microbiomes to be able to, we don't know exactly who is in those populations, but this provides us with perhaps some kind of a fingerprint of sort to be able to say, we think maybe there's something funny going on with this particular organism. Oops. So why do you care? Well, microbiomes are always present both inside and outside. They're present in expelled material, which we've really focused on trying to use non-invasive samples. The community structure of a microbiome really allows us to compare samples from individuals, both between individuals and for an individual over time, longitudinal sampling. But we don't really know yet the health assessment value because it's a new technology and we don't have much material, but if we can get the sample size up, there may be some clinical advantage to it. And the functions of those critters, the microbes that are in those microbiomes, that's just emerging knowledge. Have to thank NOAA Fisheries for salary and all the support, especially Lynn Bari at the Protected Resources Division. NIFWIF and SeaWorld and Shell also provided support and funding for this work. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Our final panelist this afternoon is Joe Gatos. And following Joe's presentation, all of our panelists will come up to the board and we'll have a Q&A session.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm your last speaker, so keep this short and interesting for you. But I think what you're getting from a lot of the discussions from Giles and from Linda recently is that we're trying to figure out how do we detect health in killer whales, and how do we do it without having to get our hands on them take blood samples and things like that, like we used to do historically. So I'm a veterinarian, and other programs I work with wildlife in other settings and have had very, very good success with this, but it does take some time. So what I'm going to just show you some things we haven't talked too much about. I'm going to try and move one of these things. How's that? Better? Thanks. Sorry about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about a skin project that a bunch of us here did, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're trying to do with some breast samples. So here, if I can advance these. Okay, I saw Monica do this, like she killed it with the. Okay, good. And so skin disease has been used in a lot of cetacean species to understand health. And people like Dave Ellifrit, who's here, is going to be on the panel a little bit, have been taking pictures and asking questions. What is this? What is this? And finally we said, well, let's see if we can figure out what some of these skin diseases are and what do they mean. And so, you know, when you see a picture like this, historically we'd say, we don't really know what that is. We don't know if it's significant. We don't know if it's acne or if it's melanoma or Kaposi sarcoma or something like that. And so we were really lucky. Giles and Dave and Ken went through about 13 years of digital photographs at Center for Whale Research. Dave did all the hard work. He pulled out every photograph of an animal that had something wrong with its skin. So out of about 19,807 whale sightings that they had over those 13 years, 5,460 of those had evidence of skin disease. And so what we did is we went through all of that. I think it was maybe 6,000 or 7,000 photos. About 5 of us veterinarians went through that and characterized all these lesions and came up, and these are just characterized by what they look like. So we don't necessarily not determine the cause at this point. And so these things that you can see here are just gray patches. It's really good, like a 3rd grade term, right? Gray. But you kind of want to keep things simple because you don't know what's causing it. You know which one was related. But out of those 19,000, almost 20,000 sightings, about 27% of those animals had these gray patches, okay? So here's another one, sticking with the gray targets, right? These are these circular lesions that you see in the saddle patch there. Those are distinctly different. Also very prevalent, 24%. About a quarter of those animals that were cited had that in there as well. And then the next thing gets a little bit more technical, pinpoint black discoloration, okay? These are, you can see some old rate marks there and those gray patches, and those are those little tiny black dots that are in there. And those were less common, but still pretty common. And then we saw 3 other lesion types that were much, much less common. You can see the little divots just in front of the dorsal fin on this animal. And those are just erosions where some of the skin, some of the epithelium has gone away. And then we had these were the coolest ones, really, what we call the cephalopod lesions. And so all of these dots that go in a row up and down the back there on different animals. And I remember talking to Ken about this. I was like, Ken, is this a real thing? Are we making this up? He goes, oh, no, we definitely see this. We talk about this. And we called them cephalopod because they look like almost suction cups on these animals, but pretty rare. And then the other thing we see is probably the most rare and on really young animals were these kind of orange areas. So we called it orange on gray. Again, a very technical term. And you can just see it just below the dorsal fin there. And like I said, the job was to not determine what any of these things are, but we have guesses on it. Like we think those are probably diatoms and epithelial tissues that are not shed. And then the idea was, okay, we have all of these data, different animals, different ages, different sex, different times. Let's look at that. And so Eric Ward made these beautiful graphs that you see here on your left. So if he says, did you see my graphs? You say, yes, I saw the graphs. So this is like a Mac to PC problem here. You're not going to see the graphs, but I'm going to go through the key findings because they are quite beautiful graphs. Okay, first, so obviously these gray targets and these patches, very, very common and actually correlated, like they kind of come together. So there's something going on with that, right? Next thing, we were finding some variations between the pods and between the years on these two, and differences in the ages and the sexes of the animals as well. But probably the most important thing, and this is my overlay on these 2 graphs here, and it looked really good when those graphs were there, but definitely a very strong increase in the prevalence, the occurrence of these lesions over the 13-year period. Like concerningly so. And it wasn't really just that, oh, the photographers saw them and started taking more pictures of them, because they actually did have some dips and go down, and there were some changes and things like that. But that was pretty concerning to all of us. And the other thing that was concerning is that when we went through the hypotheses of all the different reasons that these things could be showing up, water temperature, salinity, all kinds of things like that, most likely we think these may be associated with body condition and immunocompetence. And so we basically, the take home from this is that we need to find out, is this caused by a pox virus, and then as immunodeficiency or less ability for the immune system to fight things off is increasing, that we're seeing more and more of these. And so that's just a little touch that we're working on. I want to talk a little bit about some of the other tools we're working, mostly with breath. We'll circle back to the skin in a second. But with stuff, breath is really obvious for all of us when these animals come up at the surface, right? And the lung interface between the air and the blood, it's like a cell layer thick, right? So that's a really big connection to the body. And so when you look at something like an exhalation, and you think about that air that's up there, how do we get a hold of that, and what can we learn from that? And so, as Linda gave a really nice introduction to respiratory function, are you having emphysema and having trouble breathing? Are you out there running an ultra marathon? How are those lungs working for you? Do you have a bacterial infection? Do you have a viral infection? Can we look at the cells that come out of the lungs, and do those show us that you have a problem going on? We can look for actual pathogens. And then there's this cool thing called proteomics. Just means you're looking at proteins. So when we take a blood sample from an animal, we look for certain proteins. And because of a lot of work that's gone on, we can say, oh, liver enzymes are up, or kidney enzymes are up. We know this system is working and this system is not working. I think one day, probably not in my career, but we'll get to this with the proteomics. We'll be able to get a breath sample and tell you about all kinds of different things, just like we would with a blood sample. And there's some people that are working on this at SeaWorld right now. And so it's coming, but a lot of these things, they're pretty novel. And so what we did when we were trying to not use the pole that Linda talked about, which the animals didn't quite like, and you have to get quite close. When we were talking about using these UAVs, they have a center at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance where they do this all the time. They fly drones through trees with thermal cameras to count monkeys and different things like that. And so we told them, this is the payload, what we want to do. And they said, okay, what we're going to do after our models, we're just going to take basically an off-the-shelf drone, and we're going to 3D print a little plastic thing where the Petri dish goes on top, and we're going to be able to fly this right through. And it stays out of the prop wash, okay? And so this is kind of what it looks like. The launch happens. It's not that exciting. It's a drone launch. Fear of the monkey, I'll go through that. And then the idea is that, so this is from the drone, right? So as the animal comes up to breathe, a bit of a lag here, but we're gonna make it work. When you hear that music playing, that's always playing. Pretty cool. So as the animal, we're getting a little bit of a lag. I think it'll catch up, but all right. So as the animal comes up, you can see it, and we can do some things like put better imagery here so we can see it under the water. But as the animal comes up and blows, that animal's already going down by the time the drone flies in there to pick up that breath sample. Okay, so you'll see here the blow, and then the drone drops down and then goes in and takes that breath sample. That animal's already down. So I won't go into this, there's kind of a lag here. But so the big question is, well, are we doing better than those poles? And, are we actually bothering those animals? And so you'll see here, this is a transient, was definitely interested in that drone. But, we're getting an image. So we weren't collecting it this way, but that transient's like, what is going on here? But what we're trying to do is take you see the person with the 4K camera with the blue camo hat. It's kind of hard to see because it's camo against the water. But that person's taking 4K video, and then we're taking the video out of the drone, and then we're sectioning that into every segments where we have a drone and an animal in the same screen. So the first year, we sectioned it, I forget the exact count, but it was 200 and some different segments where there's the animal and the drone present. And there were just about 7 where the animal maybe rolled, had a look, but none of those did the animal actually change direction or dive or anything like that. So we're very optimistic that they definitely know it's there, right? It's making a sound, it's flying, they're very aware of their surroundings, but we think it's not impacting them. And trying to do it when these animals are traveling, not feeding. So you're looking at the behavior of these animals when you're actually going in to collect that sample. And then we just finished coding all the samples from this year. Catherine Lowe, that I work with, has done that. It's a horrible, hard job. And so she's a superhero, did that. And then people will go back and be able to read those as well now. So the other thing that we're doing is we're using this infrared camera. This is an infrared with the CO2, has been working better for us. And I'll see if I can get this video to work. But the idea is we're trying to find out more about that breath. So you see a transient, it's going to come up here and blow. And you see how that blow actually lit up with a thermal imaging. So as opposed to just taking a picture with a regular single lens reflex or digital camera, when we can use this, we should be able to then be able to use that to get that image, to pick that out the segment of the respiration. If we can get over top, then we can get the measurement of the diameter and we can use a cone shape. And the idea is, can we look at things like their tidal volume? How much air do they expire? Is that normal for an animal of that size? How fast does it come out? You know, people that have asthma, it takes a long time to breathe out because that airway is constricted. You know, did it go up the normal height? You have to think about wind and other things like that. But what we're looking at, the function of the lungs, is this animal healthy? Sort of a thing like, you know, we would be able to tell with a horse on a treadmill or something like that. We can't use a stethoscope. So we're using this directional microphone like you see the CIA using, or more commonly, maybe when they're making movies and stuff like that. And the idea here is that as that animal blows, I don't know if I can get it here, but we'll see. As that animal blows, you hear the expiration and then the inspiration. We listen to that with the stethoscope with animals like Eba all the time, right? And so, but can we do that with these animals? And when they're going by, where do we have to position the boat? The nice thing is, if we do it for one animal and then there's a concern about that animal, we can go back and compare the two. Even better, though, would be if we can use some artificial intelligence set up and have it be that if one of those goes out of certain parameters for amplitude or duration or something like that, we can say, hey, that's a little bit worrisome of that animal. So these are all, you'll see they're all novel techniques that we're working on that going forward. I'm not sure. That monkey, that thing coming at me to bite me or? And then the other thing that we can use that thermal camera for is we can look for activity. So when we look for an animal has maybe a skin lesion, and then we look with the thermal camera, we can say, hey, is that active? Is it heated up, or is it just a benign sort of a thing that's there? So we're really picking out all of these different techniques that we can use and then trying to make sure that we're not going to harm the animals as we go along. So these are really in development right now. It's a lot more tools than we had maybe when we first started working with J50, but only some of them do we have the confidence to say, yeah, this is actually showing a problem and we can compare it. And like I said before, we want to do this remotely and with as little impact as possible. And there's no reason we shouldn't have a medical record for every single southern resident killer whale. It doesn't make sense that we know when they're born, we know who their mothers are, we know their favorite color. We know all this stuff, right? We should know, what their blood pressure is. I mean, there are things that we should be having in there and being able to look at for these animals. And then when you have electronic medical records, you can detect population level things that you can't detect just one-off from one animal to the next animal. So this is really where we're heading with this right now. And it is going to help us a lot. Hopefully sooner than later. There's a whole group of people that are working on this right now, but I do think that it's going to be a huge value add for our understanding and, more importantly, being able to take care of this population. So I just want to say huge thanks to Howie and to everybody for inviting us, all of the different collaborators that are participating. And I'm sure I've even left some off of there. And then lots of different funders. And then I think that's all I got. We have social stuff on CDOC if you like that kind of stuff. Thank you. Woo!
Thank you, Joe.
I'm not sure how to mute that.
So I'd like to ask our panelists to come up to the tables on the stage now so we can have a Q&A session. And John Ford is going to be joining them for that. Also, a reminder that Dave Elefreet from Center for Whale Research will be here in person at the table so that hopefully Michael could get some rest there in the middle of the night in the UK.
Okay. Am I on? Questions in the room? Who's got one? All right, heading your way.
So incredibly impressed and blown away, frankly, with all of the data that your agencies and foundations, et cetera, have accumulated and that you're committed to. It's mind blowing how much you've got. So my question is there, how do you share it? How are you working together and not just you on the panel, but there's tons of you out there that are working independently, and how do you bring this together to be able to leverage that data?
Yeah, so the question was, there's a lot of you working on all of this stuff, and it's incredible. How do you share? How do you make sure it gets used? How do you leverage that? And fortunately, I think we're really lucky that people talk to each other a lot on the side. People also have workshops sometimes where they say, we're working on this specific issue. Let's get together in the room for a couple of days and really talk about that. And then maybe even more importantly is, how does that information go to management agencies like Department of Fish and Wildlife, NOAA Fisheries, and then DFO in Canada? And fortunately, DFO, WDF&W, NOAA all have scientists that are amazing, that you heard here today, some of them. And then people like the ones of us who don't work with agencies actually talk with them quite frequently and need to get permitted from them and try and bring that back. Do we do a really good job? No, we do like a pretty good job. I think we could do better. But I think most of us are here because we care about the animals. And so we're trying to make that better. I'm sure somebody else has something better to add.
Joe's being modest. Joe's been trying to get us together for probably really working really hard for 8 years and probably longer than that, to get us all to be sharing our information into a database. And I'm still really hopeful that that's going to happen at some point so that we can all be putting our information into one common database where it can be queried with the use of MOUs, memorandums of understanding, if somebody wants to use your data. And we have a model with the North Atlantic Right Whale Consortium that could be used. Joe's gone and done a lot of talking with them, has already put together a database. And so I'm really hopeful. And I think you're having a meeting in March to regroup about that. So hopefully it's going to get just better and better.
Just wanted
Next
to say,
question.
oh, yeah, I just wanted to, I'm not so sure about not the data. Or actually that in terms of data collecting, last few years have been, the researchers who are at least working out of Snug Harbor have been working together really well. And the communication's been really good on the water. And it's been a lot of fun. It's rare where you have that much communication. Well, I'm not sure if it's rare, but it's over the years, haven't been that many years where we've had that good of communication between the different research groups. And I think we do a real good job of helping each other. We do a real good job of staying out of each other's way. We're not piling on the whale. We make sure we're not in each other's way. We're way away from one another. And just the interactions between the researchers on the water has been very helpful. Trying to find certain whales, just call somebody up on the radio, ask them where they last saw them, and drones helping find poop anyway, the communication between the researchers is actually very good.
Okay, next question.
My question is for Joe, and when you showed the thermal camera view of the large male orca with the tall dorsal fin when he was exhaling, but on his dorsal fin, it actually lit up too. And so I'm wondering, is that an example of one of the orcas having a skin condition? And that was illustrating that?
Yeah, really good observation. So when that animal, what was it, TC91? Oh yeah, so when that big male dorsal fin showed up and the breath came up with the thermal camera, you could see there were red spots on the dorsal fin. And so what that was heat dissipation. So that animal had been coming up from maybe a 5 or 6 minute dive and was probably hunting something under there. And it was hot despite being in that cool water. And so they can get rid of heat by doing that. So that's what we're seeing on that one. That's a really good observation.
And I really don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you all, because I see a real a shift or an addition to not only looking at the whole population, but the individual animals, a welfare of the animals that I think can benefit and with the whole population. So the whole, change in mindset and looking at it this way. So thank you very much.
Okay, let's see if Zoom has any questions.
Okay. Scott wants to know, can you talk more about why or how the Dyes Inlet event of 97 involving the L25 group might have catalyzed a shift in movement patterns of all three pods within Puget Sound? Is the hypothesis that there was cultural transmission between the pods and the subgroups?
Yeah, despite us thinking that maybe it was a traumatic event and that they were stuck in Dyes Inlet, we suspect that it probably raised awareness among L pod and then Ks as well, who had sort of a different winter and fall pattern of the abundant chum that were available in Puget Sound. And our best guess is that they sort of discovered that resource for themselves, and there was enough chum to support all three pods, and they likely, returned to take advantage of that resource in the general area is sort of the going theory.
Thank you. Any more questions on Zoom?
Edward on Zoom wants to know if any of the agencies have been addressing the problems with salmon farming.
Are any of the agencies addressing problems with salmon farming? Farming?
Yeah, it's ending in Washington State, and I think it's a bigger issue in BC, and so a lot of the BC agencies are more directly involved in that research.
Okay.
Ending in Washington State waters.
It's ending, there's some question about whether or not fish farms related to in tribal waters, tribal run fish farms, that's still up for, that's being discussed right now. But any waters that are, any state waters that are not tribal fish farms are ending very, very shortly.
Okay, I have one in-house.
Hi, I'm going to ask one of my two instead of two of my two. And have you found any DNA from poop for L25, Ocean Sun?
So the question was, do we or NOAA have, or CDOC for that matter, they might have information from fecal samples from L25. I'll have to check our database. I'm not entirely sure. This question came up earlier. Somebody was asking about Toki's species, and we have, Wild Orca has been in dialogue with the veterinarians that are the independent veterinarians that are working with her. So Stephanie, and I'm totally spacing on the other gentleman's name, Jim McBain, about analyzing her feces. And I think that is going to happen. So they'll be sending her feces. And obviously all of us will be checking our databases after that to make sure that, you know, because it would be very interesting to see how closely related.
Can folks hear me? I'm on Zoom here. Just, yeah, on that, I do believe the 2018 paternity paper had samples from L25 in it. So she has been genetically sampled, but I don't know what necessarily we know about that.
Yeah, I think that was probably a skin sample rather than a fecal sample, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head.
I have the benefit of being on my computer at Zoom, so it looks like both biopsy and fecal samples is according to the supplementary.
Nice. Thanks, Michael.
Yes, with climate change and temperature of water is going up, would you expect to see more diseases coming in that might affect our population?
So the question with climate change and increasing temperature of ocean waters, would we expect more diseases? And I think people definitely expect more species to move into more northern latitudes, and with that bringing novel pathogens and novel parasites. And then with mammals, we're not as concerned with minor incremental differences in water temperature like we may be for invertebrates for what it does to their immune system, but it could have an impact. And so I think there probably will be a lot of exposure to new diseases, and some of those could be bad news. So I think people are just, it's one of the many things that we're worried about with changing climate.
Okay, I've got two more questions holding in house. Do we have anybody on Zoom that wants to jump in though?
Nancy has a question about Eva, wants to know, how do you select a poop sniffing dog like Eva, and what personality do you look for?
The biggest thing that we look for is play motivation. So all of our dogs, the Conservation Canines program from Dr. Wasser started this work and definitely looks for play motivated dogs, not food motivated dogs. Eva is a really interesting personality. She's actually a little bit different than some of our past whale dogs. In that she's incredibly personable, as you've probably noticed today, and if you've ever met her before. And she is motivated by human time as well. And I really, after having worked with, she's my 5th whale dog that I've gotten the honor to work with, and I really like that combination because ultimately, we can be out there for hours at a time. And sometimes they're just not, we call them pooping days or non-pooping days. Sometimes the whales are pooping a lot and sometimes they're just not pooping. And on those days, it can be very frustrating. And some of our other dogs have gotten distracted, especially dogs that require a lot of movement, like the herding dogs. And so we ended up seeing a fair bit of distraction in things like birds and buoys and boats and things like that, and barking would occur. Those are dogs that amazing scent detection dogs and fantastic on whale pooping days, but anyway, her personality has turned out to be really great because she'll put herself away. She'll just be like, okay, I can't handle this anymore. And she'll go put herself in her kennel on the boat. And then conversely, if she's ready to come out, we don't lock the kennel. We have it so that she can push it open. She'll come bounding out and jump up and be ready to go. And so for me, what I would look for again in the next dog would be a combination of personalities between play motivated is key, but also a dog that can be mellow and a dog that can be soothed or remotivated just with a little bit of playtime with their person and not their toy.
Hi, this question's for Joe. I was really interested in the gray target circular lesions. I've noticed a few of those on some of our transient populations, specifically the 137s. And I always just chalked it up to injuries. But I thought it's interesting because I think 137 and 137A both have them on different sides. So I didn't know if maybe that could have been like hereditary or an injury. So I was curious what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, if they don't change over very, very long periods of time, my guess is they could be a scar from an injury. And, you know, because whales, you see them and then you might not see them for a while, it's hard for us to look at the duration or how long something, you know, if you cut yourself and we stitch it up, we know it's going to be healed in 10 days. People look at that all the time. But for these things, we had trouble looking at duration, but looking at sequential photos over years, a lot of times we would see those things disappear. And so if it's something that you're seeing year after year, it probably is a scar, or, I mean, there could be some congenital things. We don't know enough to know that. So I think you're right thinking about it that way, but I don't know the answer, unfortunately.
When we're thinking about the southern resident killer whales and the population that's in such trouble, and you talk to some of you up here, or certainly to Ken for any time in the last 20 years, overwhelmingly you hear that the problem is there's not enough food. When it goes to government discussion, they seem to come back with things like modifying whale watch boat regulations. My question for you up there is, do you see any progress in improving the Chinook salmon population, increasing it, or not?
No pressure. Don't everybody answer at once.
I think Canada has done some amazing things lately with regard to fishing regulations when whales are present. And I think that we could do something along those lines in the United States. Quite honestly, this is a whole workshop. This discussion about fisheries management is a whole workshop. I will say that the whales have made whale people have made the whales' needs known to Pacific Fisheries Management Council more in the last 8 years or so than ever before. Like, whale people were not ever at fisheries management meetings, according to the fisheries managers themselves. And so there are a lot of us that have started to insert ourselves in the last almost decade into those discussions. And the whales' needs are at least part of the dialogue now, whereas before they weren't. And so I think that that's something that, again, go to our action guide on wildorca.org/action to learn about our Fair Fisheries campaign. It is something that we need to be pushing on and being vocal about.
Okay, we're down to about 5 minutes. So I'm going to take one more question from Zoom, please. And then I've got one more question.
I just was going to add just a little bit about that question about Chinook availability and management. I think, as Giles said, there's certainly been steps taken, and now in recent years, and the fishery managers, I think both in NOAA Fisheries and in DFO are listening and taking our advice seriously. I think, certainly in Canadian waters anyway, I'm not all that familiar with what's being done in Washington waters, but there have been steps taken to reduce the Chinook take. As I understand it, and this is getting a little out of my wheelhouse here, but there's still a problem with a lot of Chinook fisheries going on in Southeast Alaska. And it's pretty much all the stocks that the northern and southern residents in British Columbia and Washington are feeding on migrate through Southeast Alaska, and the catch rates are still quite high there. So I think that maybe there could be some focus on a bit of adjusted management up in those waters.
Can I just add to that really quickly? Sorry, yeah, seriously. Well, and I'll send it down that way. So this is very important, because what John's saying is absolutely true. where 97% of fish caught in Southeast Alaska is not native to Alaskan waters. It's native to BC, Canada, Washington, and Oregon. 97% of Chinook salmon caught in Alaska is non-native to Alaska, and yet it gets that stamp of Alaskan Chinook salmon, Alaskan caught Chinook salmon, which in the consumer's mind, we think that's what we're supposed to be buying, Alaskan salmon, but it's not Alaskan salmon. They're native to down here. Interesting point, and I would encourage everybody to go. I'm going to be there. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, which is responsible for the Alaskan fishery, is holding one of their 5 annual meetings in Seattle, February 6th through the 13th. And this is odd, actually, that North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is holding one of their meetings in Seattle. And I've talked to people in Alaska who are upset about that because that excludes them from being able to attend in person. But it gives us down here a really amazing opportunity to engage in a very profound way. And just one more thing, the very first Pacific Fish, it's confusing, but the Pacific Fisheries Management Council is is the group that's responsible for BC, Oregon, and Washington and California. The first meeting that I went to, I think it was in 2014 or so, the manager, director at the time, beelined it over to us whale people who were there, introduced himself, welcomed us to the group, said that they had never seen whale people at a fisheries management meeting before, and said, but you shouldn't be commenting here. You really should be commenting in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, because that's where all of our fish are being caught, and we're left down here, essentially cutting up one fish. And so I would strongly encourage everybody, and again, you can go to, I'm harping, but other people probably are going to have it on their websites too, but go to Wild Orca to learn the dates we're going through right now. We'll have talking points for things to comment on. You have to be, I'm not sure, it might be hybrid where you can do it on Zoom, but take that 3 minutes of your time to make comments about this, because it is incredibly, it just doesn't make any sense that we are managing fishery stocks in 2 different management groups, and not from the salmon's perspective, but from these, human created lines. So.
I feel like I should just chime in on the non-fisheries issues too, because Washington State is putting a lot of time and money into salmon recovery. So there's a salmon recovery coordinator under the governor's office. You can always call her. There's an orca recovery coordinator in the governor's office. You can always call her. They work together. We have lists of culverts that need to come out that are prioritized that are not funded. And so I think there's optimism that some of that funding is going to come through the federal agencies, the federal funding for what they're calling salmon infrastructure, which was a stroke of genius on Washington State legislators' part. But so people are optimistic that funding's come in. But when I've talked with some people, they say the legislator has salmon fatigue. They're like, didn't we do salmon last year? Can't we do homelessness? And so they need to continue to hear from their constituents that we have more to do with native habitat and salmon recovery as well for Chinook.
Thank you once again to our panelists. And Dave, I just wanted to have a question for you. Can you share with us one of your favorite memories working all this time with Ken at Center for Whale Research before we go into our remembrance portion?
Well, in terms of encounters, I don't know, being a little kid, and when I was a little kid, it was a predator part of killer whales that really got me into them in the beginning. And being at the Ganges Harbor Minke kill was actually it was just one of the most solid wowie encounters I think I've ever had, and it stood out in my mind as like the epic, killer whales being sort of thing. But and that was Ken and I, and that was Ken shot. It was the most solid half hour of uncut video I've ever watched from that day. Just that was a good day that I had with Ken. But there's a lot of them. Yeah, the best days are always going to be the days where the whales come to you, and Yeah, it's always kind of fun when you have the whales using your shut down boat as a center point to be social. And they're just kind of mill around you in a circle, just kind of being there. Yeah, so those days are always the best, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say every day out on the whales is a great day, because there are days where you just ready to go home after you get beat up all day and rained on. But the good times add up over time. Right? It's kind of hard to pick one. But
Thank you. We're running just a little bit over. I hope we can all hold on for just a few more minutes. We're going to take one more question from Zoom before we finish out the panel.
All right, and this question is probably going to be for John Ford. Emma Luck asks, can we expect residents and transients to be split into different species or subspecies anytime soon?
Or different, was that, the question was whether they should be different subspecies or species? Yeah, nobody's got the nerve up to do it yet. But, I think what most of us end up saying, well, all these different ecotypes and populations with their different morphologies and behaviors and, skin colorations in different parts of the world, it's a species complex. So it's a bit of a cop-out, but the whole notion of species is being critiqued widely these days, with new molecular genetics techniques and so on. It's not simple. So, I think, yeah, certainly the resident and the transient forms are probably different species, but nobody's got down to the nitty-gritty of measuring the skulls and doing all those things that traditionally are done to propose new species. But that's one of the reasons many of us have been promoting the term BIGS. They're named BIGS killer whales, because those of us who knew and worked with Michael Biggs so much just realized how important his vision was and how fascinated he was about these animals. And that he, the terms resident and transient were applied back when we knew nothing. And they're really inappropriate. They're very misleading and confusing. And so I think if, as, and when the transient type is identified as a distinct species, we're hoping it'll be, Orcinus biggsi or something like that, named after Michael Biggs, sort of the founding father here. So someday. Sorry, Yuko? Okay, this is the paper on that. Excellent.
All right, let's have another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you again so very much. And we're not quite done yet. So if you don't have to run off, just a couple more minutes here. The whale world lost some very important people over the past year, and we'd like to close out our program today honoring two who were especially close to us. Sandy Dupernell was a longtime volunteer. She served on Orca Network's board and was for many years the Central Puget Sound Marine Mammal Stranding Network coordinator. For that reason, please be advised that some of the slides here in our slideshow in her honor do contain images of dead animals. That's what Sandy did. Susan Berta once called her Orca Network's Energizer Bunny, never stopping. She was a dear friend and is very missed. And Susan has put this slideshow together in her honor. And finally today, it's hard to know what to say about Ken Balcom because there is so much that could be said. Ken was one of the Southern resident killer whale's most passionate advocates and knew the population like no one ever had before. Ken was never afraid to say the unpopular thing if the unpopular thing was what needed to be said on their behalf. He was a tireless advocate, esteemed colleague, good friend, and also beloved brother to Howie and Susan. The slideshow in Ken's honor was assembled by Lisa Morby with the Center for Whale Research.
My name is Ken Balcom. I'm the senior scientist at the Center for Whale Research in Friday Harbor, Washington, San Juan Island. I went to college in the late 50s, early 1960s, University of California. I majored in zoology. That was fascinating, the thing to do. What else you can do with your life? You know, why, be outside, study stuff? Cool. So I got fascinated with whales, and the first job I was offered was counting whales in Puget Sound. There was a myth going around that you can't tell them apart. It's like fish in the ocean. How are you going to tell this fish from that fish, you know? The U.S. government didn't believe at the time that the science was that good that you could tell whales apart, or the photography was that good. They hired me to see whether or not it was. The fin and the saddle pattern on them are the identifying features. And the saddle is that gray pigment area just behind the fin on the back. It varies in shape. It's an area where scratches show up nicely, and that's how we tell them apart. Back over to this one. This is 36 years later with virtually identical photographs of the saddle pattern. The system works. It's wonderful. It's very, very handy. I began the study for the U.S. government under contract on April Fool's Day, 1976. By Halloween, 1976, we'd identified everybody there and concurred completely with Mike Bigg that we knew everybody, every whale in the population. We had 70 whales, all of them we could tell apart. They're the southern resident community in JK and LPOD. So if we could do that in 1 year and then do it the next year and see all the same individuals and do it the following year, and then we'd see who's the new baby, we'd have a population of animals that we would know completely over a life cycle and answer questions that were biologically interesting. So off we went and did it. That was 1976, and I'm still doing it. When I got into cetology, the study of whales, actually it was in 1963. One of the attractions was that not many people knew much about them. For me, it was a perfect, uncrowded field to explore biology the way, you know, the people that I respected in history have done. You know, just follow an animal group and learn as much as you can about them and tell people. Our new outreach and education center in Friday Harbor was opened in order to introduce the public to the facts of what these whales need. Basically a free place to go and watch videos, talk to naturalists, talk to me if you want to, and learn about these whales, learn about what they need. I believe there's hope, mostly because I believe that the salmon have this powerful will to survive, to return to their natal rivers, to spawn, to keep reproducing. It's powerful. I mean, they'll beat their heads against the concrete wall for 100 years. And when you take down the wall, they'll swim past it and spawn. We already know enough. The research is done. The path is clear. Get rid of the dams. Let the fish go up the streams. and spawn and produce future generation, millions of them. This is probably the most important project I've undertaken in my life. There's a lot of opposition, but we'll prevail.